points right now, and
let's try and focus on that early game max.
it's the strategy that they're looking for. They don't want to spill any beans right there in terms of what strats they are going to bring in. But right now, we're going to bring you into our first map of today. We step into the future, and let's see if the teams are looking forward to this fight, because we are. This is Nextera.
Is Nextera, and as you predict, we are going to maybe see a lot of early game action. But again, it's also going to depend on how the teams decide to play. If they do want to play hard and fast, if they want to try and punish these other teams early, or try and play that long game. Now, for our flight path, it's going to be pretty down center. Nothing too crazy here, but if anyone's hoping to go to Intellect Center or Museum, it's going to be a little bit far. So we'll have to see if we're going to be looking at any hot drops to start off for today, which we do see a little bit of a split here with GOW and SE kind of fighting down towards the bottom of the map there. EVOS going for a bit of a split there against Buram, probably thinking, nah, let's try and focus on that early game macro. But here we go, GOW already going in for a little bit of a drop here with SE.
Well, let's see if they'll be able to get a lot of points right now. And Shadow Esports is one of the teams that really surprised us, but they need to survive this fight. There goes Valiant Dash right now. Goku with that M1887 does hit the shot, but falls off on that ledge. Now, 3 players going for Rush, and that is a trade-off between Sinchi as well as Dion. Goku will be taken down, and Death trying to survive. Triggered that stealth bites, tries to get away, but Rin is just behind him. Not quite sure if he has been spotted already. He grabs a bunch of coins, and 500 is enough for one revival, but there goes Rin for the shot!
No.
And GOW, my prediction, has been eliminated a little bit early.
What a tragic start for GOW, very unfortunate. But they're going to have to try and grab their points a little bit later though. In the meantime though, we do have ACD going up against Heavy, and right now ACD, they have too many players on the ground, but Don't Cry was not able to successfully win in that early game fight there. They do manage to get the pick up onto Alan. Buhui is here as well. But with 2 players down, oh no, Alan, he just got clipped. Don't Cry was brought back into the game though, and if you're Buhui, kind of going to back up. Both teams deciding instead of going for a full commitment fight, they're going to go for a trade instead. Now, EVOS, this is the team that I put one of my predictions in, off to a bit of a rough start here with Rasya super low. Aim God spotting for the team. Looks like John will be able to get the catch onto Aim God, and unfortunately will be hitting the deck. Rasya though caught out. Ooh. Oh no, 2 players down for EVOS.
Oh, I see Aurora right now is roaring. The Axel is on point against Ray, and no cover other than that time turner comparing to the boulder that the Axel has been holding. But Coach Hill will be forced to back away. If in case he knocks down the Axel, this is the distraction that he needs to be able to get into the vending machine and revive their teammates. But there's still a lot of trouble, especially if time runs out, and the rest of the squad of Aurora pushes against him, and Coach Hill might be in trouble.
Yeah, he's in a lot of trouble there. Coach Hill being forced out. He's so low. He does get the Axel there. Can he maybe hide behind the glue? Oh no! That's going to be it. EVOS, next team to fall, and probably one of my last teams to predict to actually lose in this set. So Aurora Gaming keeping EVOS in the gutter, unfortunately, starting off day 2 of their play day. It looks like that we are having another little battle here as WAG secure another knock to their name, their first knock actually, and yeah, just a small one. We do have Heavy nearby, kind of scouting out, maybe deciding maybe there's something that we can do here.
Let's see though, I mean, WAG is one of the teams that often goes aggressively, but that would depend if they get information of their opponents. And Mufasa is just going solo right now, so 1v1 might happen between them and Tikui, but Tikui, you know, the rusher of the team needs to be up close and personal, but with all that noise, with all the shots being spotted as well, Tikui might be meeting up with 3 players, and we can see Alan and Don't Cry in Horizon, but we know that a couple of players from Heavy just got revived, so there's a little bit of or less risk for Tikui right now to go in for a rush, but it's a good thing up right, just running behind him.
Yeah, I think they're kind of hesitating because they're not 100% sure if they're going into a fully loaded lineup or if there were those buybacks, because I saw Alan kind of fly in. So Alan's not really in a position himself to contribute. So, yeah, I mean, it would have been a great time for them to try and do something, but I think this early on in the tournament, you just got to play it safe.
Yeah, let's see though if they can play it safe right now. Heavy is trying to play it safe, hiding into the arsenal, but right now it's Wang M and TLS1 who has sights on them. And there you have it. When we thought that they're safe, not being chased by the rest of WAG, here comes two of the snipers who's just prepping them up. And Tikui has all the conditions met right now to go in for the rush. Breaking down those glass as well is another way of them to break through in this arsenal. But if they have a little bit of skill, especially from Wang M with that cryo mine, then that would be another trigger for them. Just rush in and Alan is down. And it is because they are being gunned down from the other side. Even WAG is feeling the wrath of Onyx Olympus, and they need to move, they need to run away, otherwise they might be taken out by Onyx.
Oh my gosh, he was just hiding in the corner. They ran in, they ran out. Now WAG are in such a horrible position. Tikui was blocked in because of the glue wall, so he has to actually escape instead. Oh, what a disaster for this team. They were the ones to try and come in and go for the knocks themselves, but now they are the ones being chased. Tikui, he did get clipped, thankfully not one tapped, so he might be able to get away for now. Oh, what a turn of events, Neptune. That could have gone horribly.
Well, let's see. I mean, one horrible thing that we'll be doing is Mafasa being taken down! And they will be wiped out! It's Putra with a cord! And that weapon has been introduced in Battle Royale, especially in this year. It has been used quite often, especially in the CQZs, and it's like quite surprising that you have a cord, an LMG, and a CQC, but even in long range, it still hits like a truck, and even once the truck cannot do anything about that. 3 eliminated teams already, and we're just in the 6-minute mark.
Yeah, and just a quick update in case anyone's wondering how Adam got clipped there. He actually got sniped by Moshi. So, yeah, I think that was a pretty interesting thing to see that Moshi was actually within line of sight to grab that. So, yeah, Boriram's there. Although it looks like Jonah is going to be targeted. So, yeah, I think we're going to be seeing some Boriram action soon. But pretty quiet play from this team, I have to say. It's been a very interesting journey here for Boriram to be playing this passive style for so long. They're really investing into that late game. And with where everyone is, Boriram's not really in position to really fight anybody, right? WAG is the closest team. If they do move, Bigatron is the next team that they're going to be running into. So, yeah, Boriram's going to be playing the slow game coming in from the outside. But for Twisted Minds, they are going to be trying to play super aggressive, wanting to play within the inner confines of that circle. So if they're successful, we're going to be seeing another blood slaughter fest by Twisted Minds.
Let's see, though. Let's see. And Boriram United does have a signature of taking it slow in the beginning, and towards the end, if they find a final circle or get enough place in point, that's where they go aggressive. But that was the past, I would say, from last year or from 2 years ago. And right now, I don't think that is working for them based on the numbers that we have. But BTR is one of the teams that we rarely see not join the fight. Probably it's because of the two teams that is in front of them. That's Aurora as well as Shadow Esports. But most of the time, if they get or hear those gunshots, they're the ones already approaching the fray. And let's see how well their strategy coming from their coach Chris Jaw right now is going to work, because they don't want to risk being eliminated here, especially with Aurora just waiting behind. But there you have it, Oja on AWE and AWE of that fight.
I have a question though, right? Esports are anything does, but I guess they're in a pretty good position not really to fight into if there is an engagement. Either Shadow Esports or Aurora has to leave their compound, so it might be a bit of a stalemate for a hot minute here, Neptune. So we might need to relax for the next minute until we do start to see some more rotations coming in from the outer edge of the circle. But right now we just have a little bit of a stalemate. In the distance, we do see Boriram though coming in closer and will potentially be meeting Bigatron, because look at the angle that they're coming from. There isn't really any good compound to hide behind, so they're either going to have to brute force their way into Bigatron, or they're going to have to throw down a bunch of blue walls to even, share the same compound.
Yeah, I mean, probably what's also contributing to the stalemate is The zone
Ooh.
getting close, second to third right now, but Sibang going in for that snipe against Zairu. It's a good spot as well, so a good player to take down, because if you're in long range against this player, their sniper like Zairu is the first one that you want to take out. So let's see how well they can defend themselves, especially as they have already pushed themselves or provided the opponents the position that they're taking right now, but we haven't seen the next phase of the zone. Everyone in this area of the square will be pushed out.
Yeah, if the circle is here, it's going to be crazy with everyone trying to fight, trying to find their own compound, using walls. You're even going to see people maybe use the little RVs, you know, on the map, just because it's getting super crowded. We still have 9 teams left in the tournament. We still have 36 players, so we are starting to run out of real estate, Neptune. It's really going to depend on where that next circle is going to be and the angles that some of these teams are going to have to use when they do relocate and change their compound. So right now, not much is happening. Just a couple of pot shots here and there. I think if anything, teams are just hoping to throw a couple of bullets. Wishful thinking, maybe they get a one tap. You know, who knows? Yeah. Sometimes you can get lucky with some of those shots.
Yeah, exactly. And let's see. I mean, from what we witnessed earlier, where TR is taking advantage of the position they have right now to take anyone first target in the high ground, which is Aurora. Mine would be on the other side. Takers and are taking a compound for themselves. So 9 teams, 5 strategic position compound of Deca Square.
Yeah, Deca Square is completely full. There is no space for anybody. So WAG going to be coming as of an entry. So we'll have to find a way to safely get in, because it's not just Bigatron that has a clear line of sight on them, but I also do believe that, you know, if they're not careful, Twisted Minds might even want to sort of stick their finger into the honeypot here, because there's so many teams. There's so much opportunity for teams to get those eliminations. Because of the Twisted Minds. Look at their positioning. They have the high ground. This is the best positioning to have, considering where this circle currently is.
Right, exactly, and it's a good thing that you pointed that out, because the position they have, though it's in high ground, potentially they will be the first target if they see those blue walls. But that dip towards the back end of that cover is what's saving them. WAG has moved in already just next to Twisted Mind. At least they're safe, but not against Bigatron, and 2 down already being done, and there you have it. 3 elimination. Nan would be the only one remaining. Kikui will not be revived. But here comes trouble, because Aurora has heard that shot. I think they're going to push their way into this compound, but I guess that will be delayed. They're waiting for the time to run out.
Yeah, I think everyone just wants to see where's that circle going to be, right? Because if you're in the best position, you're going to want to play defense here. But right now we are seeing a lot of pot shots being thrown out, I believe, by Falcons. They are shooting non-stop at WAG. Twisted Minds is right next to them. And Bigatron looking to also contribute as well. Looks like Twisted Minds eliminated in 9th place. Shocking ending for this team that was projected to potentially be a winner here. So down to our top 8 teams, 30 players remaining, and look at where that next circle is going to be. Uh-oh, not the blessed place to be if you're Bigatron. You are outside the circle, and you have to somehow get through Aurora.
Now let's see now. I mean, Aurora is good. It covers every place, but there's a lot of openings, especially indoors. If you go for a launch pad, you might be able to take at least one angle. BRU right now using launch pad to jump in at least the edge of the circle, just above Shadow Esports. But surprisingly, from what we witnessed earlier on Twisted Mind, they were trying to jump off onto the next level, but everyone had their eyes on them, and thus they got eliminated. So let's see the same thing happens to those on the high ground. But right now against Shadow Esports, still Shadow Esports. Great fortification. No one from BRU is pushing through, but there you have it. Wasana right now takes our win, and I guess this triggers the rest of the squad right now to push in.
Successful push. It did take a while though when Wasana got in. He didn't get his classic one tap, but he created enough of an opening for the team to get in, to get that one elimination. And now Shadow Esports, they're feeling the pressure after losing one player as well. And unfortunately, this circle is starting to get smaller, so we're starting to run out of real estate. Looks like the Axel has been caught on the side of Aurora. Hong Am, though, did try to come in, but he did get sniped by Pina, so WAG not going to be successful with the revive. Wasana trying to break through the high ground with Moshi as well. Looks like Buriram gonna make their next play. Aurora has been distracted, so it's a successful interception hit by Buriram. They successfully managed to make it to the next compound. And coming in from the backline, Wasana running into Aurora.
Now being thrown barrage of nets, they will survive, but they do have a Steffi that reduces that damage. It's a smart move coming from Team WAG, but this time as that Steffi has been depleted, they will need to recover. The Rim is already out in there hunting for Shadow Esports. One, the only one remaining out of this team. Oh, there's still Chelsea in there on the other side as well, so I guess they might still be alive, but 8 teams in this small area, it would be chaotic, especially with the shift that would be happening in a bit.
And look at the shift, it's going to be in favor of Falcon Esports. So if teams need to start moving, they are going to have to deal with the wrath of the Falcons. They're still fighting, waiting for that circle to start moving. But I have to say, ACD in a pretty advantageous position themselves, playing on the high ground. They don't have to worry about WAG. So now it's really just a case of how are they going to deal with this circle as it starts moving. Shadow Esports rotating as well. We have Onyx in the backline. We have not heard this team at all. They have been silent up until this point. Jonah on the side of Buriram has been caught and is on the ground. Will be finished off by traps. That's going to be an elimination for the team. And all of a sudden, teams are slowing down. They're waiting to see who makes the first move. But oh, get high! Get caught up by ACD!
That's tough, especially for Buriram United. And before that happened, they did revive a couple of their teammates, but there's no more real estate for them to play with, as well as loot for them. Thus, it's only 2 remaining. But here comes Team Falcons hunting those who are running around. Only Wasana remains though for Buriram United, and they will be left out, especially as everyone is moving with a shift. Now Tina with 3 knockdowns, and they are raking a lot of points. And BTR will be eliminated. We're down to our 5th team, but Guerrero will be knocked down as well. We know that this high ground would be advantageous, but your drop would be troublesome, especially if you don't have any HP to work with.
Okay, there's the drop. The Falcons, they feasted. Now they are the prey. They have to somehow survive this. They're going to have to burn through so many glue walls to even make it into the compound. But right now, Limit just got picked up. We still have On Fire and Pina. So Falcons, they are still functioning. Tuku, though, trying to play the healing game. Hong An, though, are playing on the rooftop right next to Onyx Esports, who has completely dominated this one single compound everyone is fighting for. And Falcons, it's going to require a miracle for this team to somehow make it in. They're running out of glue walls. They're trying to play along the outside, but it looks like Onyx Esports might be able to dominate this. Can Limit and On Fire somehow tag team victory this round?
Hell, let's see though, it's full squad, and as you can see, the isolation is being done by Onyx Olympus, and it's Onyx time as Limit will be knocked down. But reversal has been done as well by Limit, but it's a 3v1 situation, and there goes Onyx Olympus for the booyah.
Surprise booyah for this team as well. But they had such an amazing endgame there for Onyx. I have to say, they got super lucky with where that circle ended up. We had everybody else fighting for real estate, and Onyx in the most, I guess, safest position, right? Because we didn't really see them really engaging in a lot of the fights. They were kind of waiting, opportunistically shooting wherever they could, but they tried to draw the least amount of attention to themselves. And once we did get that circle to start moving, I think they were one of the first teams to move, and because they did that, they took that risk. They were able to take the compound, and everyone had to run into them. And I guess I also have to say for Falcons, they got unlucky. They didn't do enough damage with the high ground advantage. I think it really came to bite them in the butt, because once they realized that the circle ended, they had to jump off the roof. And we all know how things normally end when you're the team playing on the high ground, but you're the ones having to move.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we witnessed that from Twisted Mind, Falcons as well, though they managed to survive a little bit, but they lost a couple of players, especially with teams running from behind. I think one of the players, or final player from WAG, did manage to knock down another one from Falcons, reducing their chances of getting that booyah. But talking about Onyx Olympus, looking at the list that I have right now, they did wipe out first BTR, in no specific order. BTR, Falcons, Heavy, and WAG. So it did wipe out 4 teams. But I'm wondering how many elimination did the team get, because you did mention that they're not too active in those engagement, and they're just playing for placement. They're also playing for real estate. So I think some of the teams might be able to overtake them, especially in the engagement, in the hot drops, as well as all those elimination that we've seen from that map.
If I'm going to make a prediction here, I do think Falcons might have actually taken the round in terms of points. I think before they went down with 13, I think.
Oh.
So it was quite a lot under Falcons' belt. Yeah, they got quite a few, especially during those last 30 seconds, I think. So Falcons might be able to overtake them in first place. Who else got a whole bunch of eliminations? I think off the top of my head, we saw Buriram. Actually, I don't know. I don't think Buriram got that many. They fought a lot, but I don't think they were the ones that actually got very lucky with getting the actual eliminations. They were doing the damage. They actually struggled to get the last hits. Yeah, I think it was really Falcons that kind of feasted that round. Everyone really struggled because just of how, like, where the circle was placed, right? There were like, what, 4 compounds in Decker Square? So everyone was like kind of hiding out. Yeah, it was very chaotic. It was actually kind of hard to see where some of the players were just based off of the number of buildings and also that angle for the camera. If we saw top down, I think it would have been easier to kind of see like where everyone was and to see who was actually dealing damage. But I don't really recall seeing a lot of Onyx in the kill feed, I think, during like that 5th circle before the rotation.
Yeah, I do agree. And I do agree with Falcons as well, because when Twisted Mind got eliminated, they took over that high ground, that rooftop of bleachers. And that's where they got elimination because of the timing. They timed it well, that they got in position before everyone shifted. And out in the open with only one compound to play with, and that compound was where Onyx Olympus stayed, they were just gunning down a few teams like BTR, some players of Shadow Esports after surviving that onslaught in Deca Square, on the main building of Deca Square. But I do agree with your point in for Buriram United. They were so aggressive, they were active the moment they got that information. But that was not the timing, or the condition was not set for them. There's a lot of teams that can counter whatever rush they're doing, thus they didn't survive that long. And once a couple of them tried to revive 2 more of their players, they were just caught off guard. No position, no loots, nothing other than what they have on their backs right there. So I don't know. This might be one of the turnaround that we might be expecting from Buriram United that's not working out for them in this map.
Yeah, I think we have to kind of just see the final point distribution for all these teams, because I think we also need to see like what kind of happened for everybody, you know, like where everyone is in terms of placement points, what they got for their elimination points, because we have to start counting points for our leaderboard. And for Onyx, you know, they, just a reminder in case you don't know where Onyx is on the leaderboard, they're in 16th place with 56 points to their name. So this round alone, Onyx have effectively, I want to say, gotten half their points from their last round, which was yesterday. So that's already a big victory for Onyx. The question is, can they continue winning and grabbing these points? It's a little hard to say because it's just the start of the day. And I hate to say it, I do think they did get a little bit of the luck of the draw with where the circle ended up going.
Well, we'll have to see right now. But as we look at the highlights, also let's celebrate Adam, our MVP for the match, coming from Onyx Olympus. 5 elimination, 2,164 on the damage, and AC 80 that is being used. But looking at the top 5 elimination, do have Falcons, Pina, especially with the triple elimination they have when they were on that rooftop. And Adam follows through. Limit X7 will be part of those. So with this alone, with just the top 5 elimination, you can see that Falcons did a lot more, has been more active in this fight, and they might beat Onyx Olympus when it comes to the match standings.
Yeah, they might. I think there's a very good chance that will potentially happen. Just a quick recap for team stats as well, just in case anyone's kind of wondering what the loadouts were. Pretty balanced across the board, actually. So we got the Dreki for Adam. So really, really just ensuring that they have that sniping capability. The Arvon, you got to have the vision. You gotta have the vision. Dinoculars, just... I don't think Arvin is ever going to go out of meta. Dinoculars are just too OP.
Yeah, I mean, especially in Battle Royale, where you need to find out information on specific location in the map, and Arvin, a couple of them, would be used very, very well. But I'm really loving the combination right now of that Cassie as well as that Skylar combination in front lines, and then you have an Oscar that could help with that in breaking down blue walls. Now you have or rather Cassie and Oscar, but the Skylar for the sniper and Coda for their backup, which is Putra. But as we look into the numbers, it's more of the rushers who was in play right here, being a little bit stronger with a Joseph, healing himself a little bit better with that Olivia, and then the Nikita as well being used to increase reload speed of the gun. And that's where you are. That's the some of the basics in terms of build if you want to be a rusher.
All right, so we do have a final score line. So Onyx are able to stay in first place for our game standings because they actually managed to get 11 eliminations. Yep. I didn't quite see them get the double digits, but I may have been a little bit too late to the party. But yeah, they tie with Team Falcons, but essentially because they got the Booyah, they will be taking first place away from Falcons. But still, that's 23 points. That is effectively half the points that they got from their matches yesterday. So for Onyx fans, rejoice. The team is back. It's just game one. They still have lots of chances to build up for more of those points. But we're also getting a bit of a glimpse into what this grouping is also looking like as well. So Falcons still looking as strong as ever. WAG extremely competitive as well. Shadow Esports doing very well. I have to say though, ACD. Okay, I think this has been their best round. They got 13 points for this round. And coming into this, unfortunately sitting in 18th place on the original leaderboard with only 46 points to their name. So great start for ACD.
Yeah, I mean ACD right now. Last time we saw them in that specific compound of Deca Square, wherein they were taking a high ground, just waiting for the perfect opportunity for them to rush in. And really loving that they're starting to build that strategy already for themselves. Otherwise, they will be beat down by a lot of teams, especially with how grueling it is in this competition. So again, congratulations to most of the teams who are moving up, but this is just the first game for today, Danley, and I think there's a lot more of a different storyline that will be following all those matches, especially in after that next area map.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of adjustments, a lot of changes. I do think maybe. I think some teams have got to speed things up a little bit. We did see, and you did also say this as well earlier today, that for Nextera, teams did kind of, they peaked, then they dipped, and then they really peaked. And they really peaked, I think, at like the 4th circle. So Nextera, a little bit slow during mid-game, but really sped up in that late game. With Bermuda, though, being our next map, we could see that sped up gameplay, right? Bermuda, much smaller, much more compact. Teams are, I mean, everyone knows this map like at the back of their hand. So I'm actually expecting teams to actually speed up quite a bit for game number 2, especially teams that are not scoring a lot of points in that first round.
Let's see though. Let's see as we go back to where everything has begun for Free Fire. Bermuda is here, and let's see as a flight path. I think it's quite fair for everyone. It's coming from north of Ringdown Village, and it's heading into Caraton right now. And from what we've seen in the past, there's a lot of teams that is taking great position in terms of drop. And with all the information they have, especially in where everyone is, when they jump into this game, they might be, we might be seeing a reduction of those early engagement because there's a lot of compound to play with, a lot of points that need to be gathered, and ACD is one of those that is not going with this script. They want to deal with Shadow Esports in Clock Tower, but Faiz has been knocked down into the window, and that might be a trap if Casey jumped in, but no! Shadow Esports is jumping in a little bit too hot, and into the shadows they go, as 3 has been eliminated already.
Yeah, sent to the Shadow Realm, unfortunately. But thankfully, Shadow Esports, they still have one more player left. They're going to have to try and go for the revive game, which they will successfully do, so get Shinzi back in. So Shadow Esports, not the best start, but it's still early, so they can effectively reset. Onyx, though, already getting an elimination to their name as well, so already looking for those points. Bigatron, though, not looking too good themselves, though, with Twisted Minds cutting them down. 3 players on the ground. They do pick up Kyong, but it's really only Koja that is in any position to try and fight back if the team needs to do so. Thankfully, the team is mostly on the rooftop, so they do have a chance to pick each other up. But Deeks is all on his own, and if anyone decides to go for a drop, that's going to be a very risky drop. Oh, Kyung, he tried to do it, but he gets punished. Oh, God, I don't know if you want to do this. I think he bailed.
Oh, no.
Look at this, look at this. He's behind them on the mountaintop, forcing Bigatron down. Koja got sniped before he could make the jump, leaving just 1 player left. Bigatron!
Oh,
Not even given a
no.
chance to play, and Twisted Minds, they are back in the game.
That's one thing now. The high ground or rooftop is mostly a great position, but it's a drop that will be eliminating you at that point. And one thing that I've seen a lot of people do, especially in that situation, either they put up a monstruck, but it's a little bit too early to bring that in, or they have those UAV, healing UAVs right there to heal them as they move and jump out of the compound. But I don't think they have any of that, and the Bass was one of that breaking point, especially on the position that he's taking against BTR. But Traps right now going against Rin, and Rin will be taken down. Shadow Esports, after that engagement between them and ACD, is still losing it. A little bit of emo from Traps, and hopefully that doesn't bite you towards the end later on.
Yeah, I hope that's hopes and prayers. Hopefully that's going to be able to get you through the rest of the game. We actually saw, I believe, a snipe on the side of Buriram. So Wasana did get one knock on one of the Twisted Minds players. I forgot the name, unfortunately. So yeah, Twisted Minds decided to bail after Buriram decided to stick their nose into their business. And yeah, Diamond's going to relocate for the team. Or trying to go for the snipe onto Bukui, who is in a vehicle, but is about to run into Crime. Onyx might be able to snipe away this elimination if they're quick enough. Crime is there. Oh, sniped!
No.
Oh, out sniped, unfortunately. Bukui just too quick for him.
And one thing, there's a third party that's happening whilst this two teams is battling. Onyx Olympus in heavy fight right now, but on the other side, we all are seeing Twisted Mind putting their shots in and just make sure that they can take advantage in getting elimination, even if they don't jump the gun. But Onyx Olympus, well, they really need to jump in onto this vending machine, revive a couple of players that they've lost. But right now, the Noculus being used by Brim United, but they're planning to get into the middle. And surprisingly, I think Brim United did drop in peak, but they move away quite easily. But they will be back in here to find out if anyone managed to stick.
Yeah, now I don't know if anyone was paying attention to the kill feed, but ACD and GOW have been going at each other non-stop. There have been eliminations, they have also been buying each other back, but it looks like, unfortunately for GOW, ACD, they're persistent, and GOW may have just run out of resources. We see Death here, but is he the last player for the team? Because if he is, that is basically going to be it for the team. Death is down, but it looks like they still have one player remaining, so GOW been in a basically the most crippling fight in the game so far. We'll have to effectively reset. But ACD, what happened? This team is just waking up today.
Yeah, I'm really loving that this side of ACD is coming up, and you know, if you name yourself Anyone Can Dream, hopefully there's a little bit of waking up in there. Otherwise, you will just be sleeping through all throughout this tournament. But I'm loving this side of them. WAG though is a little slow to my liking compared to when we saw them from last year. They were one of the most active team in this battle. Probably it's because of the number of Vietnamese team that's also fighting in here, but we've already lost, we haven't lost any of that fight, almost losing GOW earlier, but as you can see on the sidebar right now, they're back in play, and it's Shadow Esports from Indonesia who is being beat down, and little no chance of them to bring back their teammates unless they play with a shifted circle and then get in compounds that is being left behind by a team that's occupying it first.
Yeah, and I also have to mention as well, EVOS, okay, they had a pretty terrible game, number one. Nothing. I kind of wonder, has EVOS just decided, guys, no, we're not going to show our faces. We don't exist, okay? We exist after the fourth circle. They are so afraid. Oh, no!
No!
That's going to be a misplay. Oh, gosh! That's painful. That's painful.
And the worst thing here is you got the knockdown, but you couldn't even confirm it. So that still doesn't go to your pocket as an elimination. Yeah. WAG is the ones who's taking advantage of that. Shadow Esports is still at a loss, but it's a good thing that they're reviving their teammates. And looking at their current standings right now, they are on the 13th spot. It's good to see this coming from a new introduction in the FFWS Southeast Asia region, but for how long? Especially when we're looking at the performance of big dogs, they're not showing up like big dogs right now. They're showing up like puppies who are just being cute of being there under, like at the bottom of our leaderboard.
Yeah, I think, if anything, they're just praying. Hopes and prayers that they can even make it into that fourth circle. But this is going to give us an indicator as to what's happening. Everyone's parked in the center. I love how everyone's just decided we're going to stay here. And the circle agrees with them. So even the circle is going to congregate with everyone else in the central area. So anybody that is outside of that central part of the circle, they're going to have a heck of a time even just making it in there. There's Buriram camping out. There's ACD there. There's EVOS. We have Aura, Heavy, WAG. So yeah, for GAW, Falcons, Shadow Esports and Onyx, they're going to have to really fight their way in somehow.
Let's see now if they can fight their way in. Here comes the shift about to happen in 5 seconds. It's second to the third face of the circle right now. And let's see if there's something that would save some of the teams, especially those who are being gunned down. And Shadow Esports once again being beat down. And it's a different team this time. It's Onyx Olympus. So I guess Shadow, or probably it's because of all the light, the sunlight that we have in Bermuda, that Shadow is not building up, and they're just being gunned down so many times.
Yeah, it seems to be a bit of a different game here for Shadow Esports. Hang on, we're going to switch over to Buriram here. Hide and seek, definitely. And EVOS are going to be running into Buriram, well, actually vice versa. And look at EVOS! Almost the entire team just gets wiped on the spot. And again, EVOS, 11th place. No eliminations to their name. Absolute disaster of a day 2 for the Indonesian team. What's happened?
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't know. They're just playing around. I believe they're just playing around. They don't want to show up that much, but hopefully they do.
They're in 18th place on the leaderboard. 18th. Do I need to say that again? They are not having a good time overall. And I do wonder, if this continues, I'm a bit scared this team might not even make it to top 12. Okay, there is a legitimate fear here.
Well, what is the risk if you don't make it to the top 12? You delay your pace in getting into grand finals. So imagine the format right now. While nothing is happening, as a shift is happening right now. So phase 1, phase 2, there's phase 1, you get the top 12, and then you get ahead for or phase 2 rather. You get in top 6, you get ahead against everyone, head to the grand finals. And as we head into phase 3, we still have the top 6 on that specific scenario, on that specific stage that can get into the grand finals where all of the best team has already moved forward. So if EVOS Divine is looking for a time to move and perform, that is the best way that they can do. They've watched all the VODs, all the information they have from the other teams, and towards the end, they can lead the pack because there's only chumps that they are playing with towards that phase 3. Sorry for the term.
Did you just call them chumps? Neptune! Oh,
no, because if you're being left out, then what makes you?
No comment. I refuse to call these teams chumps. Okay, if these guys are chumps, I don't know what we are. We are bottom feeders. Okay. So,
I would agree.
Yes, we have to agree. We are getting pretty late into the game though. We still have 10 teams somehow, 40 players remaining. So everyone coming into this last, I guess, few circles with their full 4-man rosters. Lots of eliminations on the board here. I mean, someone's going to be feasting. The question is who is going to be the team that's going to be able to feast, because there's a lot of places to hide. Looks like Onyx want to try and add some more eliminations so they need their team maybe motivated after getting that booyah in their previous round. But look who's coming behind them at Shadow Esports. If they're not careful, they could be ambushed and sandwiched in.
Let's see now, Shadow Esports is not getting the best of luck in this game, and hopefully they will remain silent right now. Though shots has been heard right there coming from Shadow Esports. ACD is one of their targets, and they're trying to bring in or get their information because of that cryo mine. But on the other side, Reptile Gradient for cryo mine being brought in by Heavy against Onyx Olympus. This might give or increase the chance of Onyx Olympus being taken down once those damage has been dealt with, and then Shadow Esports jumped the gun.
Yeah, so Onyx did manage to heal off all the damage, and they picked up Putra as well. So they're still standing, but that actually gave Shadow Esports a little bit of time to move. So everyone's getting a little too close for comfort, unfortunately. And at some point, someone's going to have to make something happen if the circle does not wind up on this side of the map. Because we've got 4 teams here. We have ACD, Onyx, Shadow Esports, and Heavy. And even WAG is deciding to encroach on the bottom side of this circle. So there's not a lot of room to play with. If this circle moves north, it's over. It's over. It's going to be an absolute race to any hiding spot at this point of time. The thing is, where is that circle even going to end up? ACD just throwing everything that they have at Onyx. And at this point, Onyx is just praying that nobody gets one-tapped.
Let's see though, let's see. Onyx Olympus just waiting for that opportunity as well. Probably shift. You can see the slowdown, all those gunshots, because the zone is closing in. The shift is about to happen, or the next phase of the circle is about to show up. But Heavy putting a little bit of pressure on Shadow Esports, even with the ice grenade, just to get information on them.
Neptune, quick prediction. Where do you think the circle is? Bottom down? Oh, it's in the center. We're a little bit too late to this, but oh gosh, it's going to be an absolute death run to that central area, because look how open that is. That's so open. So teams are going to have to go for that mad dash. I think at this point you're hoping you have enough blue walls to sustain you there, but it's going to be absolutely chaotic. I think here is where we're going to be seeing teams that have shotguns. Anything that's good for CQC are going to thrive. They are going to want to run into people. Twisted Minds, first team to make that mad dash in from the top side, running into Falcons. The Bass, first player to go down. We still have Exposing in the distance, trying to snipe. The team is still standing. They do lose another one though. 3 versus 3. Jump and Pina going to be knocked. Diamond next one to follow. And Falcons, they've taken everyone else, leaving Exposing all on his own. He's outside of the zone as well, so he's taking that blue zone damage. There's no way Exposy's going to be able to make it in.
Yeah, there's little no chance, especially with the pressure. Riptide Rhythm on him, plus a glue wall melter. And a bit, Exposy would be exposed right now, probably gunned down, as we lost track of everyone else. But I guess there's one that I'm seeing right now that has better potential of surviving that fight as ACD. They are in a good position, and all they have to do is wait. But here comes Shadow Esports just below them. And if they move up that compound, that second floor, ACD might be forced out to move into that ground floor or outside of this of this compound, and then they might be targeted by a lot of teams. It's a good thing that they are patient right now. Same goes with GOW, but Onyx Olympus already moved past them. That can spell trouble for GOW once they jump.
Oh, they're going to have to jump in a moment. Here comes that blue zone. ACD first one to jump. Shadow Esports going to hang around. They decided to play with that front window. And ACD, oh, here we go. Shadow Esports running into ACD. Again, it's going to be Shadow Esports taking that bottom level. ACD trying to go up top. So we do have a fight. Shadow Esports losing 2. Sicily and Shinzy down. A-Lifto will be losing his life in the process. They won't be able to pick up this one on his own. And I think ACD will successfully take the compound for themselves and eliminate all of Shadow Esports. In the meantime, there was an Onyx. Onyx is gone.
Onyx has met the M79 of Onyx Olympus. Of GOW rather. And that's just GOW getting a lot more that they can take. They're the ones who distance themselves from everyone at that specific compound, and now they are in a good spot. Backstab probably WAG, but Aurora right now feeling the wrath, and they couldn't be roaring at this point. 10 elimination being brought in by WAG, and Aurora is their target.
It was ACD that actually locked in all those eliminations. ACD are popping off today, but the thing is, are they going to be able to survive for the rest of the round? WAG though, sitting on 12 eliminations, looking to get rid of GOW. It looks like GOW, they are waning, they're running out of resources, they're going to be eliminated, running out of blue walls, leaving WAG to go up against the Falcons. But look at how far forward the Falcons are. Pina, first one to go in, engaging in the tier quick, but he's going to be the first one to drop instead. Kuroro coming in for the backup, but Kuroro, can he beat this fight at all? Tukui's still here, he's fighting, he's dashing, Kuroru's down, but he gets sniped by the Falcons. They'll still take the round. They had 2 players remaining, and Falcons, they
have rest squad because they're hearing all those gunshots and they don't want to be third party after all. Now that they
oh, look at the taunt.
all right, we can take that. We love this energy coming from Team Falcons. But going back to the story, they're the ones who gatekeep Twisted Mind. They just waited for the rest of the squad to finish themselves off, and they're just eating up all those elimination after the knockouts happen. And towards that final moment, that's a one guy, Limit X7, who distanced himself from the rest of the squad so that they can have advantage if in case they fall down or the frontliners fall down. So Team Falcons back on the board right now for the Booyah. I'm loving this performance coming from the team.
My boys, I put them on my prediction. I knew they were going to have a pretty good day. I'm not going to jinx it. I feel like I might have now. But I think this is the Falcons that we all kind of expect to see, right? Like this team, they can soar, they can fly, they absolutely can have really great days. But I think in particular for this round, after getting rid of Twisted Minds, like I think we both knew, like, hey, these guys mean business. They had a really great position in that circle as well, where everyone had to make that mad dash from the bottom of the circle. They were playing towards the upper end of the hill. After eliminating Twisted Minds, it almost felt like they had free reign. Like they had all the space in the world to work with. They had all the resources in the world to work with as well, because they had so many glue walls to their name. Like they weren't really competing with anybody, because everyone that was fighting towards the bottom, they were kind of killing off each other. And by the time they were ready to go into the circle, they were all wounded. They had burned through resources. I think GOW legitimately ran out of glue walls. So sometimes it just pays to not run the marathon. You kind of wait near the finish line and you pick everyone else off before you cross the finish line yourself. So yeah, Falcons, they played it perfectly. They played it like a Falcon would. Very, very calculative endgame.
Yeah, I want to see though how many elimination GOW did get, because from almost towards the end, they're the ones occupying that elimination feed, and I don't know if it has been confirmed or were they stolen by a different team, but it seems like taking third place, they could have taken a lot if not for any distraction that's happening outside. WAG is another one that was silent, but you can saw that we saw even before they met with Team Falcons that there's a lot of teams that they met with on that approach. So it's potentially they didn't get that booyah, but they did get a lot of elimination.
No, look, eliminations are very valuable in this game mode.
Yeah.
I think Falcons will stay in first. I think they had enough eliminations to sort of keep them up in first place. Second place, yeah, it could be iffy. I think there are a lot of teams that could ultimately sit in that second place. Hang on, let me think. Who would go in second place? I'm going to leave it up to the leaderboard. It doesn't matter. I want to see where everyone goes, but I think one thing that we can definitely say after that round, hang on, I need to open my notes here, but Falcons, they are going to make a huge jump on that leaderboard. Like oh gosh, how many eliminations did they get before the round ended? 9. It was double digits. Oh, it was 9?
Yeah, I think it's around 9 elimination. They didn't get that much on that map elimination. But let's bring it over to the highlights right now, as well as celebrate our MVP. Though there's not so much of elimination, but it's the damage that they've dealt that made him take this spot. 3 elimination coming from Liminix 7 with 2,237 plus an M24, and has been buffed up a little bit in this update.
Yeah, you got to use all the buffs. You got to capitalize on all the buffs before everyone else starts getting on the train.
See?
Okay, so top eliminations. It's actually Tukui. He's leading the charge with 6. Everyone else is sitting on 5. So we also have Traps for ACD, Fires for ACD, Dion from GOW, and Diamond from Twisted Minds. Can we have a moment to just give a round of applause to ACD? They really, I feel like, have improved since day one. Okay, day one was tragic. I think you were telling me before the broadcast the average for ACD per round was it 4 or 5 points, I think?
Around ACD was around 4.5 or 5.5 something.
Average per round.
Average per round. So it's not a good number, but it's a good thing but it's a good thing that they're slowly building that up. But let's go back to the team stats right now. Now, a combination of that Valiant Dash plus that time turner really helps in the front line, and we've seen Pina and On Fire leading the fray. If in case a knockdown happens, a pickup can be done because of that passive Tiva, and I'm really loving the Skylar being brought back in here, and we've seen that flurry of glue walls being taken down quite easily because of that Riptide Rhythm, and also with the Nero to deny them of getting more of those glue walls. So I'm really loving that combination from Falcons. It's more of a long-range engagement kind of deal with a 2-2 split in combination with that, because they have their frontliners ready, but that's just one of the signatures of Team Falcons.
Yeah, I think to add to that, this is probably really great map awareness from the team too, because like everyone's going to be very close to each other in Bermuda, so just having access to the Riptide Rhythm, it can win you fights if you are really great with placements. But in terms of scoring top points, it's WAG, 15 eliminations. Can we just ACD, 14 eliminations to this Malaysian team. Okay, I'm just gonna small clap for this team. They first 2 games, they're already off to a great start. But WAG, this is another team that you kind of highlighted before the broadcast started. This was one of your, I think it was one of your predictions, right? WAG? Oh no.
No, it's.
Oh no, you did mention they were one of the top teams, but you didn't predict them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're
WAG.
one of the top teams.
Yeah. Yeah. So they're up there too. ACD in 3rd place. Oh my gosh. Am I? Where am I? Like, what year is this? Is it 2026? Jeez, Malaysia, you got a team here popping off.
I mean, which we love to see, because there's a lot of hopes that is coming from Malaysian team from the past, but towards this kind of, I would say towards the end, that's where they falter. So hopefully this is not just a, at the beginning wherein everyone was warm up, or some other teams
Be quiet. Silence, Creasy. Don't jinx them, okay? You let them bathe in their glory. They earned it at this point.
Let's take it in general.
Yes.
So that there's no specific region or team. But there you have it. ACD slowly building up, and now they are the 15th spot, very close to Onyx Olympus as well as Shadow Esports. But again, they still need to get good runs, not necessarily perfect runs, but good runs to be able to get that top 12 by the end of this day. And it's just the beginning, or it's just the end of week 1. We still have another week that will be happening, wherein we will find out who will take the top spot. But again, it's still a little bit of delayed gratification for those who's taking the top spot, because we have a long journey to go, especially with the format that we have.
Yeah, it's still very early, so someone might do well now and then they'll kind of drop off later on. It does kind of happen. But yeah, speaking of just updates for the leaderboard as well. So Falcons have crept up into 4th place. So before this, RRQ Kazu was actually occupying 4th place with 131 points. So yeah, they've managed to take in that spot themselves, I think so they are ahead by a single point. So Falcons are doing fantastic. WAG have crept up into 6th place, which previously they were 9th. So WAG, another team to also make a very big jump. Twisted Minds, I was kind of expecting them to actually place higher, but they're in 7th place now. So they actually dropped from 5th.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough really, especially with the performance that we've seen from yesterday. But again, they're one of the teams that hasn't completed all the runs just yet. We're talking about like AG Global, Team Flash, Avida, who's above everyone else. They have completed the 12 matches already for this week. Team Falcons is one of those who sneak themselves into top 4, but they still have a few more, 4 more to be exact, 4 more maps to play, and then they will be followed by RQ Kazu. PE Sports is one of those that would be pushed further down, probably I don't know, past the 12th spot, as everyone from Group A and C is just surrounding them and might be able to move up.
Yeah, I mean, Twisted Minds fans, I think after yesterday, you'd be thinking like, all right, let's go. And then all of a sudden, Twisted Minds are like, oh, we haven't started playing yet. Yeah, it's been pretty difficult. So I guess now, Neptune, we've got a reset here for some of these teams, especially anyone that has been struggling in their matches. Meaning we're going to our 3rd match of the day, which is us flying into Purgatory, Neptune. I know you have some of the numbers in front of you here. Who is projected to have the best chance in Purgatory?
Well, in terms of numbers, Brim United is one of those. They have one Booyah to their name with 29 elimination, but GOW with no elimination did get a total of 41 points because of the placement. So I'm really looking forward to a different side of the spectrum right now out of these 2 teams, but they need to survive all those battles, because from what we've seen, they tried, but they failed so many times.
Yeah, it's been a bit painful to watch. Hopefully they can recover though. It's just game number 3. We still have more games after this. It's just, you gotta keep your mental going. If your team is mentally drained after these games already, you are in a lot of trouble. But so far, very clean flight path here. I'm not seeing any hot drops, so it's going to be a little bit of a quieter game at least. You know, nothing too crazy right off the bat.
Well, let's see though. I mean, we see one player, which is Devaz, who is being gunned or hunted by two players from Shadow Esports. And Rin right now does have a weapon in hand. Not only the mini Uzi that you have when a drop, but hopefully you don't get too close because a glimpse of that next step is already being worn by Devaz. And that jump and that shoot might be the ones that really taking him down. But where's backup? Here comes Chelsea, who should not be chilling, especially if you're going against Twisted Mind. But looking at the movement, Devaz couldn't survive. And there goes the first elimination, the first blood in this fight being brought in by Shadow Esports.
Yeah, just a little unlucky there, wasn't able to land the shots that they wanted. But it looks like Diamond managed to get a counter knock there at least. So we could be seeing some revenge if they're not able to get the pickup. In the meantime, though, we have Jun trying to fight into Demon, Demon wanting to avoid this fight at all costs, going to try and reunite himself with his teammates, but he's on such a steep cliff that he will effectively be falling if he tries to go down. So maybe this could be a bait, you know? He's using himself as a bait. His teammates on the low ground going to be trying to shoot up on that hill. But if they're not able to achieve anything, they're going to lose Demon at this rate because he's pinned. You know, he's literally backs against the cliff. You don't really have anywhere to go. And there goes Demon. Oh, I mean, they can bring him back, but that's going to be a free elim for Aurora.
Yeah, that's a risky play right there because running into the edge, at some point you will be falling for the wrong person. Sorry. Falling to your death right there. But Evo's Divine right now, currently 0 points for today. And let's see if this is the first time that they will be getting points. But they're going against ACB, a team that is slowly popping off. Especially for this day, Traps
Not
with
slowly,
P90.
I mean,
Almost taken down. And there you have it.
Oh, Coach Healy tried to fight for the team. It's just up to Aimgod. Aimgod's down on the ground as well. Evos. Oh, it's all up to Rust here. This man single-handedly needs to save his entire team. He doesn't even get a chance. He gets sniped out as well. There goes Evos, 12th place, bottom 3, third game in a row. What has happened?
All right. Let's talk about Evos right now.
Stop being logical here. I think we need to get emotional now. This is starting to turn into a pattern.
Yeah, I mean, it is a pattern. It's a too obvious pattern because there's no, like, what is, other than a prize pool, what is the what everyone will be getting out of this tournament? It's a ticket to EWC. They were the previous champions, so they have free ticket already. Unless they need money, at least they need prestige, and it's okay for them to go 0 in one day. No,
I refuse this logic. Get out. Get out right now. Production, can we kick this man? I refuse to accept this disrespect. Okay, back to the broadcast. So we do have GW. I have to say, GW, they are playing with fire with how far apart they are as a team. We've got the Axel trying to go for a bit of a wrap here for Aurora, but Goku is thinking about trying to play with this. Is this potentially a trap? It might be. If he's able to get the one tap, though, this will pay off. They're going to try and play with the windows. Oh, there we go, Goku successfully catching the Axel. So maybe it's going to pay off for GAW. They lose Dian, forcing out the buyback, unfortunately, thanks to Goku. So both teams kind of trading eliminations back and forth here.
See, back and forth. WAG going against Burim United. WAG is one of the top eliminators from the previous map, and Burim United is one of the top eliminators from the past. And let's see if this is a way they bring themselves back on the board. And there goes that Valiant Dash. I don't know if he did use the Valiant Dash, but you can see Burim United has been forced out. And Nan right now, will he be able to survive? There goes the shot from Wasana with a 590 and gets high right now. Gets on a takedown Tikui. WAG with 2 players remaining. Let's see if they can survive this. PLS1 says, please, let me survive.
He literally said sayonara. Did you see, please, what he hit the accelerator. He was like, guys, I'm out of here. There's no way we win this. That was 3 eliminations to Buriram as well. So that's going to really elevate Buriram's play coming into this game. GOW, though, it's Demon versus Jun. Winner of this is going to help their team. And it looks like it's going to be GOW to win this. So they'll be able to pick up their teammates and knock out some eliminations here as well. So GOW, a team that looked like they were on the brink of elimination earlier in the round, they're back. They are back.
Oh, well, speaking of back, the Booyah Takers from earlier is now taking down Shadow Esports. And Chelsea, who was probably attempting to get back with the group, will now back away with a boost as well as a vehicle. I think he can revive the teammates. But they can use that revive platform if they want to save up a little bit of coins, but it might take a little bit of time, and that is one thing that they don't have. For Buriram United, only 4 elimination. At this point, 6-minute mark, we still have 11 teams remaining though, so there's more chances for Buriram United to probably wipe out another squad. But who's on the roam? It's Team Falcons, who saw a lead instant knockdown from Limitex 7.
That was so satisfying. That was such a satisfying snipe. Dang, I love watching this team sometimes. And Falcons, they're onto their next victim traps. There's going to be the one shot. Not going to be a one tap though, but you know Falcons, they're going after this. They want traps. They want that elimination. They are after blood. Oh man, Carrera. Unfortunately, missing on his driving skills. Might need to review his driver's license, but we can get to that after today's playstyle.
I don't know. Maybe the brake didn't work and he needs a treat to stop.
No. just use the treat. Guys, we got to stop. Bang.
Well, let's see a three-way battle happening. WAG, GOW, and Buriram United right now. And the edge of the circle as the blue closes in. WAG goes for a long flank, trying to avoid any gunshots. And I do agree with this. They lost Wang M, so they don't have the numbers advantage. But I don't know where they are heading. Will they be will they be going in north or south? Just to get away from Buriram United or GOW, but GOW, after being tagged with that binoculars, they need to move out because Buriram United is breaking the walls.
Yeah, this is Buriram as well. This is not a team you want to run into at all. There goes Death, taken out by Wasana. Goku's going to be the next one to fall as well. So GOW, a team that was kind of on the run, not running away, but running through teams. They were doing pretty good, but now cut down will be weakened yet again. Jonah, though, going to have to try and engage into this. Oh, but the glue walls will save him. Moshi getting the snipe onto Nan, helping out Jonah, leaving Tukui all on his own. I think there's one more player, so we still have 2 players for WAG. They will be able to at least try to come back with the revives, but with Buriram on your tail, that is quite risky. We'll see if they can revive. The only problem is it's quite late in the game, so they're going to be coming into this kind of mid to late game quite weakened.
Hell, and see though. I mean, from what we're seeing, there's still plenty of real estate to work with. And even Aurora, the same idea of reviving one of their teammates, but the chase is on. It is Get High, and I believe it's Wasana as well that's joining him. Just waiting for any signs of life, but WAG is smart enough to head outside of the circle. And that was a question we have earlier before that engagement happened. Where are you heading? Because it seems like they are even undecided.
Oh my, look at this man.
But PLS
the edge of the world.
A little bit Spider-Man action.
Spider-Man, he's in no man's land, okay? Oh no, but I'm scared he may have been noticed.
Oh,
maybe it's because of GOW. They saw him because of GOW! Please, one is running. This man's heart is racing. He is trying to escape for WAG. Please, one. Literally on the edge of the world right now. And Aleph, he's like, guys, there's someone here. He's got to get a one tap. He needs to get a one tap. That's a free elimination right there. This man is trapped.
Let's see. I mean, Traps is on the other side, though. On the other team, PLS1 with only sliver of health. Trying to survive. I think that glue wall even saved him. This is literally a cliffhanger. And there you have it, a takedown. But they're not out just yet. They're still alive, not eliminated. So WAG made a miracle after that run.
I think it was because they delta split. The team, I think they went for an absolute split. One went right, one went left. So whoever went left was not right. One person left that's still alive. Please, one did get brought back though, so he's going to be able to at least slowly help the team get back on their feet. But it's still a long road for WAG to really leave any kind of impact in this particular game. And considering that the circle has been decided as well, there's not going to be a lot of room for them to work with. Like, you can't really play outside the circle anymore. Once this comes in, we're kind of locked and loaded for the rest of the round. Now, speaking of teams, switching over to Onyx point of view, they found Tukui. Oh no, I think he was the one that actually brought back his teammate. So that's going to be Tukui gone. He's all alone unless he can come out 2 versus 1. No, he can't. Doesn't get the one tap, and that's going to be a free elim there. for, I think it was Adam? No, Zyro.
Yeah.
I think Zyro got that one.
Well, either way, on Olympus, they are surviving 4-man strong and aggressive despite of having only one opponent, which I would love as well. They don't want to risk losing against a clutch. But for Twisted Mind right now, again, same story as earlier. They aren't inside the next phase of the circle, but taking the high ground. And if anyone takes advantage of this position they have, probably throw them a Riptide Rhythm, because we've seen a lot of Skylers being put in, or a Cryo Mine from that Nero, then they will be pushed out of that high ground and nowhere to go. So let's see how that unfolds later on as BTR right now deals with Aurora. There's a little bit of cover because of the airdrop, and also a few vehicles, and this is what they're banking on right now. They don't have to move, despite of the shrink of the circle, but they're still in trouble because they need to deal with water later on.
Oh, they're in big trouble. I hope they have a launch pad on them because they might need one, I think, to get over the water. You can't risk trying to just sort of walk on over that as the team. So Aurora probably weighing their options at the moment, but they're going to have to deal with Bigatron first because Bigatron is not going to let them cross the river at all. If anything, Bigatron's looking at this and thinking free food. You know, it should be 3 points for them. It's just, can they get the shots? And is the circle going to work against Aurora? Because for all we know, if the circle goes towards Aura, that's going to buy them some time, and that might even put pressure on Bigatron because they're going to have teams coming in from other angles to take their compound.
Let's see a decision later on. But speaking of decision, ACD decided to go against United, and they're only left with one player. But outside of blue, meeting up with Shadow Esports as we look at them in the minimap, and Shadow Esports might be taking advantage of this. This might be it for ACD. And there you have it. Rin finished them off with that M590, and anyone can dream we'll be sleeping it off until the next round.
Sleeping it off, still on 7 eliminations. So I think for ACD, they're pretty happy with how the round ended up going. Here's the next circle, though. It's going to work against Aurora, so they will have to try to find a way into the circle whilst also bypassing Bigatron. And thankfully for Bigatron, this circle is working with them too because it's not forcing any teams to take their compound. They might have to deal with Twisted Minds, though. I think that's the launch pad they're flying onto Bigatron. I think they may have lost one of the players. I'm not 100% sure there, but they're going to try and take the compound for themselves. They just done, though. Bit too slow to launch themselves, so they're going to lose a player. They still have the Axel, though, but they have to try and figure out a way to safely get him across the river, because you can see C-Bank, he's waiting. He's ready to get the headshot.
I don't know. I mean, they could have backed away a little bit, but they couldn't control that angle as well, because that's a ridge that they have behind them, and if they back away, it will reveal their heads for the sniper. So the Axel right now, a little bit in trouble. Going solo, being waited on by BTR, who's not risking anything because of the shrink. But we've seen Team Falcons already hitting in right next to them in this circle. Twisted Minds still on that high ground. And a risky play from Twisted Minds, trying to distance themselves. Otherwise, they might have been chased by a lot of teams like Bodem United or Team Falcons.
This might be a perfect opportunity for Aurora to maybe try and go over the river there. Nope, gonna be sniped down. Looks like Diamond from Twisted Minds gonna be cutting down Aurora's hopes and dreams. So there goes Aurora, leaving us with our top 6 teams here. 22 players left alive. Heavy trying to fight into Boyram here as they're going to be shifted out of their compound right now. And they lose 2. Mufasa is down, and Quitran's going to go down as well. But Boyram going to be losing a significant, their entire roster going to be sniped and knocked out of the fight as well in 6th place. So there goes Boyram. They will have 7 eliminations to their name. And now Falcons shifting their attention to poor Bigatron, who is still stuck in that little fishing hut. I don't see this team being able to survive that climb up the hill.
Yeah, let's see now. I mean, it's tough because the shift and circle is not working with them. But the lightning zone has been triggered already. And not only that are they being forced because of blue, the moment they step out, they will be hit by lightning zone. But let's see on what Team Falcons will do, because they also need to move with that shrink. And there goes the Cryo Mine, all those nades, and there goes PTR falling down one at a time. Even the FGL is helping them, and that's a quick wipe out being done by Team Falcons against PTR, and only 1 remains for Allen. I think that would be eliminated. They will be eliminated as well, leaving us with only 3 teams towards this next phase.
Yep, and looks like it'll be Twisted Minds versus Onyx. On the other hand, though, we do have Falcons looking to stick their nose into this fight as well. Twisted Minds, they're looking almost their entire roster. We still have Jump and Diamond. Jump was able to quickly get revived, but look at that, though. Monster Chuck going to be sliding into the fray as well. Onyx going to be rotating to the other side of the wall. Diamond, though, outside of the blue zone, trying to fight into On Fire. He's all alone, though, because Jump is too weak. He loses teammate. That's going to be the end of the team, leaving Falcons to play up against Onyx. I can't believe we have these two teams playing up against each other in this final circle. But unfortunately for both teams, look at where the circle is actually headed. It's going to be heading towards the side. And Onyx, they have to figure out a way to make it in because they're boxed in. They have to try and find a way to get around that corner. That bottleneck is actually preventing them from really doing anything.
Yeah, they're playing with time right now. Either Team
There we
Falcons
go,
push
Adam.
in or they move out. But all the slurry of utilities, even Riptide Rhythm helped them. And Onyx Olympus being wrecked right now by Team Falcons, who's very close to get another booyah. The final player might be able to clutch this, but is there enough time? Does he have enough HP and meds to heal himself for that 1v2? But here comes the shift. Both sides being covered, and Adam has nowhere to go. Even that corner is not a way for him to move up, but it's up to Team Falcons to wait and see.
Oh my gosh, the Falcons using the glue wall to shoot over the wall, forcing Adam to hide behind the building. Oh my gosh, Adam. If he somehow needs 2 versus 1, they're going to just go for it. Adam, he's been jumped on. Falcon says, that's it. We want this game, and they take it.
I mean, a great position right there being taken by Team Falcons. Not only are they waiting, like there's no way out for Onyx Olympus. They tried to move out, but instantaneously being decimated by Team Falcons. Once again, a little bit of flex right there. A little bit of, I would say that's an emote that we need to copy to bring into the game. Especially if Team Falcons becomes the champions. But this move right here, the stairs of glue wall, plus like the timing of the charge, especially with that Riptide Rhythm, helped them a lot. Little to no chance of a clutch, and Team Falcons gets that booyah once again.
Falcons are coming in hot today. They say, nope, today's our day. They have been playing fantastic. They have so many points under their belt. It's not funny. It almost feels like this is the Falcons that we should have been seeing the whole time. You know, that this is the team where there's a reason why they're as formidable and as scary as people say that they are. They are a terrifying team if you give them the right circumstances. Can I mention, though, genius play from Falcons when we were left with our final 3, because they could have just left Onyx and Twisted Minds to their own devices and they could have come in last. But the fact that they rushed in, okay, do you know what they were trying to do? They actually were preventing Onyx from coming out behind the wall. They wanted to keep them boxed in because they knew, regardless of the angle or where that circle was going to be, that was going to be a bottleneck for them eventually. And it paid off for them so well. So it really pays to sometimes preemptively rush into teams and box them in.
But it's more of the communication as well and the coordination. Because at some point, like if they made a mistake on that rush and that on one of the openings in that wall, then they could have been the ones losing that fight. But I do agree. Onyx Olympus needs to put up some glue walls, and Limit 7 is just prepared to rip out that Riptide Rhythm against them, and then the timing of the rush coming from Pina and On Fire was just phenomenal. So perhaps another, I couldn't say textbook, but another signature move being done by Team Falcons that might be copied by a lot of teams. But going back to that point, this is probably one reason why a lot of teams is not performing, because they don't want any of those pages being taken away from them.
Don't reveal anything early. Don't. It's a trap. Falcons are looking too good today, okay? So keep your strats. Just play. Stay in the bin. Come out of the bin during the last minute when no one notices. Maybe that's the strat for EVOS today, because EVOS bottom 3, 3rd game in a row. It makes you wonder what kind of happened with EVOS. I'm hoping they're just a little bit sleepy today and they're just like, okay guys, we slept late last night. We're not ready to play our game today. Just sorry, there's a little bit of copium for me being an EVOS fan as well, but it's been pretty rough watching EVOS today. They just have not been given a chance to play today at all. If anything, if there's a team that has been able to play the game, it's ACD. Okay, I know ACD, I think they were knocked out in 7th or 6th place but they managed to get 7 eliminations before they were eliminated. That's still a significant bunch of points for the Malaysian team.
Yeah, I mean, they're continuing it on. They're doubling their elimination from they doubled their elimination from Nextera heading into Bermuda. And then in Purgatory, they were able to get at least 7 elimination, and not so much on placement though, because from the first 2 map, they were playing on placement. 6 on placement point in Nextera, and then 7 in Bermuda. But it's just unfortunate that they met their demise. Let me take a look in my notes right now. Who eliminated them? They were taken out by none other than Shadow Esports. So not only are we giving props to ACD, but Shadow Esports, their debut run in FFWS Southeast Asia is just doing quite well.
Oh, fantastic. I have to say I'm pretty impressed with how Shadow's playing today. If they keep it up, I think they'd be pretty happy with their performance for this week, you know, like, especially considering it's a debut. Just get, I'd say top 10. I think you'd be happy if you're top 10 just to start week number 1. We do have our highlights though. We do have to acknowledge Falcons doing fantastic in this game. 2 of their players being our top 5 elimination players for the round. We have On Fire and Limit on this list, but we also need to give props to Wasana, Syra, and Putra, also putting in big numbers for their team. Onyx as well, considering that Onyx have just been playing really, really well today. I mean, they had a very good chance of being able to secure their second booyah today. They just unfortunately ran into the wrong team in the top 3. You know, I think Falcons is not a team you really want to be playing into, especially this late into the game as well. Now, speaking of characters, Neptune, okay, I know we've got a bit of a mix here, but I think we've been talking quite a lot about Skylar, right? Right. Skylar being such a beneficial active for a lot of players because that Riptide Rhythm, it seems like we're kind of going back to that CQC glue wall meta. Like, there are just so many teams remaining in the last 2 circles that having the Riptide Rhythm, it's been a godsend, I think, for any team that's really running the Skylar.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree. Looking at this combination right now, 3 of which are more of glue wall denial. So Riptide Rhythm, who breaks it down from the distance, and then the Valiant Dash coming from the Oscar, who breaks it down up close and personal. Now, we also have that Nero, though it doesn't break down any of the glue walls, but once you put that in, it denies them of putting up some glue walls. And I guess that's what they are working on. Just opening the floodgates, opening the gates for Liminix 7 to do his thing in damaging their opponents and like reducing their HP, and then the rest of the squad are just in there to wait for that cue of a rush so that they can finish them off.
Man, Limit, I think Limit might be the highest damage player, I think, for all of our Booyah team so far. So Skylar's really putting in a number for Falcons in today's games. Considering we've only played 3, we're only up to 3 games. We're only halfway through the broadcast for today. We've still got 3 more games to go. We've got Kalahari coming up next. So for certain teams, this is going to be a big boon for them. But quick update for our point standings for the round. Falcons going to be ending this round with 28 points with 16 eliminations. But look at Onyx also getting 16 eliminations and getting 25 points for the round. So very top heavy in terms of teams locking in those eliminations.
I'm really loving this performance coming from Onyx Olympus. They got a lot of points, and it's only that placement that showed the difference. And this might be another rise of Onyx Olympus right here, though they are playing it a little bit too quiet. Not so much of flashy moves in terms of elimination of the team, but they're making sure that they confirm it after each knockdown. So let's take a look now of today's standing, and Onyx Olympus just pushed themselves in there following Team Falcon. So if there's a chance that they can eliminate Team Falcons, or any other team can eliminate Team Falcons, they can take over reigns right now on that team of the day. Because as you did mention, we still have 3 maps incoming, and we're talking about Kalahari, Solara, and a surprise map.
I don't know if anyone's in a position to take down Falcons. I do think the gap is getting a little big. Because not only do you need to score more points than Falcons, I think you also need to remember that for anyone to open Falcons, you have to kind of down. I think Falcons have just been playing too good today. Okay, hang on. Let me just have a look at the list. The closest team to taking over is Onyx. Aside from that, the next teams trailing for today is ACD and WAG, but those two teams are tied at 43 points compared to 72. So I think the damage might be a bit too much for everyone else, but who knows? You know, we've still got 3 more games, and Falcons, someone could just maybe hot drop them, be like, okay, no points for you. Okay, we're going to play catch up for this next game, and we'll even out the leaderboard for everybody. But yeah, Falcons creeping up to 2nd place already, and we still have 3 more games to go. I mean, they are on track to take 1st place away from AG, and that already itself is a very big statement. So yeah, Falcons, they're farming eliminations today. Can anyone stop them?
Again, that's a theory that threw earlier. Brevina is one possible team, but Twisted Mind is another. But we've seen how that worked earlier in 2 instances already. Falcons just gatekeep Twisted Mind from the earlier match, and then towards the end, they're the ones who beat it down as well before dealing with Onyx Olympus. But right now, we're going to bring it over to the interview before we go for a break, so we see you in a bit.
Hey, what's up, y'all? Now we're with one of the hottest team of today, Team Falcons. ตอนนี้นะคะเรากำลังอยู่กับทีมที่มาแรงที่สุดของวันนี้แล้วค่ะ Team Falcons. Can you briefly introduce yourself? แนะนำตัวสั้นๆหน่อยค่ะ
สวัสดีครับผมฟอร์คาลิมิตครับ
You started the first half with 2 booyah. How you feel about that? How many booyah you expect to have today? ตอนนี้เริ่มครึ่งแรกมาเนี่ยได้ไป2 บูย่าแล้วอยากได้อีกกี่บูย่าคะ
ก็พอแล้วดีกว่าครับให้ทีมอื่นด้วยครับทีมไทยทีมอื่นครับเห็นโม้ไปเยอะครับตอนก่อนแข่งก็ไม่เห็นได้สักทีมนะครับบูย่า
He thinks that enough for his team. He will share booyah with another team. And how you feel about that? รู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะกับการได้บูย่ามาตั้งแต่เริ่มเกมเลย
ก็รู้สึกดีใจครับเพราะว่าผลการซ้อมไม่ค่อยดีครับแต่ว่าในผลการแข่งก็ดีถือว่าดีครับก็ชื่นใจ
He was really happy about the result because during the practice they didn't do a good job that time. And the next question, you guys are now ranked first in today's scoreboard. Does that boost your confidence? ตอนนี้เนี่ยในสกอร์บอร์ดของวันนี้ได้เป็นอันดับ1เลยทำให้มั่นใจขึ้นไหมคะ
ก็มั่นใจครับมั่นใจมากเพราะว่าตอนแรกตั้งเป้าว่าอยากได้วันละ80ครับตอนนี้ก็อยากให้ที่1แล้วกันคะแนนรวมทั้งหมดที่1
We're really confident for now and we wish that at the end of the game we will still rank first. And the next question, you eliminate the most player in the second game. How did you prepare yourself? ตอนเกม2เนี่ย eliminate ได้มากสุดเลยเตรียมตัวมายังไงบ้างคะ
ก็ไม่ได้เตรียมตัวอะไรนะครับก็ใช้ชีวิตประจำวันเหมือนเดิมครับก็ทำยังไงก็ทำอย่างนั้นครับ
He didn't really prepare himself because he's always been this good. And the last question, what do you want to tell the fans? มีอะไรอยากฝากบอกแฟนๆ hashtag ท้ายอากงไหมคะ
ก็ฝากเชียร์ฟอลคอนต่อไปด้วยครับผมจะเอาที่1มาให้ได้ครับ
Keep cheering for Falcons. We will bring the victory for sure. Now let's get back to the break. พักกันสักครู่นะคะ We will be right back in 4th game. เดี๋ยวเจอกันเกม 4 ค่ะ บ๊ายบาย
おいそれスノボじゃなくて人体だからそれにこれってケツでブレーキかけるやつだし吉原大炎上の次は異世界大炎上なんてシャレになりませんからバカこれぐらい犠牲を払ってこそコラボに対しての俺たちの気合が伝わるってもんだろ
金ちゃんの言う通りあるコラボのためなら尻の1つや2つ差し足して当然ね
ゲームは終わりだ皆さんそれって銃
嫌いやろ
話してやってくんねえかサダール。そいつはシンパシーじゃねえんだ。僕なら噛まれてもいいってことですか？ケリーさん本当にごめんなさい。
さて行き先は
ってもしかして僕またメガネだけになってない？
Missing logins dim the flames, and staying away too long makes Pyro inactive. No worries though. Log back in, and this little flamehead will jump right into action. Every login boosts Pyro's EXP. Keep it going, and Pyro will level up from a tiny spark to the ultimate fire puncher. You can also unlock new looks and accessories to give Pyro even more heat. Presets will no longer be locked in once matchmaking starts. Even better, you'll be able to adjust them in the cabin or before the first CS round starts. However, you'll not be able to switch presets once you've used the loadout. Don't forget to tap the preset button to check out what presets your teammates are using before making your choice. In-match quick messages are now smarter and will suggest messages based on what's happening on the battlefield. Tap on the message to send it out to teammates. Some messages will even auto-mark enemies on the mini-map for you. See a player with impressive stats at the end of a match? You can now invite them to your team right from the match results page. Team invites are also smoother. If you accept a booking request while you're in a match, you'll join your friend's team as soon as your current match ends, so you'll never miss an invite again. We can't wait for you to try out the improved filter system and new themed filters like Cyberpunk and Golden Era. Looking for a smoother gaming experience? Try out the new frame rate boost feature. If your frame rate is set to high or above, open settings and enable this feature to enjoy crisper, smoother gameplay. If you love the competitive vibe, the new CS custom room updates are for you. Now you can choose a specific map area for each round to get targeted practice. What's more, play and win like a pro with the new ban and pick mode, complete with the new ban and pick feature, an esports-styled CS store, and gameplay rules. And that's it for today. See you next time, survivors!
Ate said the moon and the sun aren't rivals. I still believe in that.
ケツでブレーキかけるやつだし、吉原大炎上の次は異世界大炎上なんてそれになりませんから。
がこれぐらい犠牲を払ってこそコラボに対しての俺たちの気合が伝わるってもんだろ。
金ちゃんの言う通りある。コラボのためなら尻の一つや二つ差し足して当然ね。
ゲームは終わりだ。
皆さん、それって銃？
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2026 Spring, and we're down to our final 3 matches. And so far, a lot of teams has been popping off, but those who we expect to be popping off, especially in this final day of the week, has yet to be seen. On the desk, I'm Neptune Dejanman Garcia, joined by my sister right here, Danley.
Sister! Whoa, we're siblings? I did not know this. We need to take a blood test. Ancestry test, excuse me. It's probably the proper one. But you're not wrong, though. We're starting to just kind of see who are our top dogs on the leaderboard overall, because leading into today's matches, it was only teams in Group B that locked in all of their points. So they were kind of at a head start, as some people would say. So it's really everyone else today playing catch up here. And right now, we are looking at Falcons, projected to be the top team for week 1. They have still got 3 more games to go, and I think they are about 20 points away from taking first place away from AG Global. So that's such a small gap between these two teams. And right now, nobody has really been able to compete against Falcons today. We've got Boyram in the group, we've got Twisted Minds in the group, we even have EVOS in the group, and these teams are all struggling. So far, nobody has had a solution for this team.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking forward to anyone who will be taking down Team Falcons. Looking at average, that's easy enough for Team Falcons to take the #1 spot. Because they are bringing around 17-18 per match based on every day's performance that they have so far. So it's tough though to call, but I'm still encouraging the other teams to try and take down Team Falcons. Otherwise, they will be taking it home with them, especially Team of the Day title. But we've seen a few of those contenders. We even seen a few that can fight against, or that potentially can fight against Team Falcons. But unfortunately, they are failing. Onyx Olympus is one of those who went in, especially in that final moment, on a 4v4, but they did lose out. That could have been a clutch if it wasn't for that wall, or if it wasn't for that move that Team Falcons did to get up that wall and take down the final player.
I think it was inevitable. You know, I really think they were going to take that round anyway. They just played it so well in that late game. Yeah, sure. Let's have some wishful thinking. I think we need to give some copium to some of the other teams to try and take down Falcons. Now, the thing is, we're going into Kalahari for our next matchup, and Falcons... This is kind of a Falcons map as well, so it's really up to everyone else to control the Falcons. Like, can anybody clip their wings? Because right now they are flying. They are literally soaring away with this game, and effectively with everyone's chances of being able to outpace them in terms of points. Like, they are hogging all the points that everyone else kind of wants to have to solidify their placements on that leaderboard. So we'll see if Falcons are going to grab the next booyah again, because that was their second booyah today, I believe. So yeah, they're on track to potentially getting their third one if they're able to just run rampant in Kalahari for today.
Well, another deadly team, or make that 2 deadly team in Kalahari based on numbers, is Twisted Mind, who did get a booyah in this map and gathered 19 elimination in total. And GOW is one of those who gathered another booyah and 14 elimination. But GOW, though, there was a glimpse earlier, especially with a multiple knockdowns that happened in one specific map right there, but the conversion was not taken by their team. So it's just unfortunate. Hopefully we see them pop off this time, because judging from their performance, they're being left out on the 8th spot by today for today's performance. So I guess we're ready and set up. Let's bring it over to Desert Lands of Kalahari and let's see what the team has to do to get that #1 spot.
Alright, the Desert Dunes of Kalahari, very big map, also requires a different play style from these teams as well. So not only is it just kind of keeping an eye out around you, you're going to also maybe have to crane your neck up a little bit just to make sure nobody is trying to shoot you from some of the elements that we're going to potentially do. Especially the circle ends up being around Refinery, right? Because we do see sometimes those circles that will happen around Refinery. Teams have to make that very dangerous gamble of either playing on the refinery itself or playing under it. And sometimes even around the cliffs around Refinery too. So it can be quite complex if we are, some people would say lucky, other people would say unlucky. I think it kind of depends on the teams. But yeah, we can absolutely see some chaos here for Kalahari. But I think the goal for everyone right now is just to see, firstly, can you last until the last couple circles? And if you can, are you prepared to deal with Falcons? Because I think this team, very high chance that they will be top 4 this round.
Yeah, definitely agree. But earlier we've seen on the map that there's a potential battle that's happening in the sub, and it's ACD going Twisted Mind, Valiant Dash, and a Leaf has been taken down. Noki has been down as well, but Diamond was reversed and traded off.
Whoa.
ACD, despite of the great performance, Twisted Mind just ringed them, twisted them to bits.
That's so unfortunate for ACD too, because they have been doing so well in today's games. So basically to get jumped on by Twisted Minds, or maybe vice versa, we kind of don't know who decided to go for that drop there. It was very risky regardless. So yeah, unfortunately for ACD, they get an early break, I suppose. If they have dinner, they can eat it now. So watch the games. But for Twisted Minds, I think Twisted Minds, they're trying to get their foot back into this game today as well. They really want to rack up those points. I think I took a screenshot of our last round, and Twisted Minds, just in today's games, they placed 7th. They've only scored 25 points. So they're not really where they want to be. In terms of points, they would love to grab more. So what better way to do that than to just try and snowball? We've seen teams do it before in Kalahari, where they just have a really good head start during the early game. You eliminate 1 or 2 teams early on, you take all their loot, and then you just go ham. We've seen this multiple times with several other teams. We could see this from Twisted Minds. We'll just have to see if they want to try and go for it, or if they're only going for maybe like the first 1 to 2 minutes where they play aggressive, and then they just kind of back off and just see what happens from here on out.
Well, let's see though. I mean, one team has been a little bit too early into this fight, and Twisted Mind is one of those that can get a few more. On the other side, we're seeing Onyx Olympus takes down one of the players from WAG, and that was a crime right there. Now, on the other side, Aurora going against a GOW. Knockdown has happened. June needs to heal up a little bit and prepare for the battle, but Aurora right now, again, we've seen this from earlier, but it's a different approach. They're the ones who's chasing a different team, not the ones being chased. So that cliffhanger of a fight, well, might be turned around onto Aurora, but there goes GOW going for the flank. One of the players trying to go for the chase, but I guess the angle they have is not good enough to finish them off, especially with the hook gun that's being used to get away quickly.
Yeah, I think I saw Death just sort of standing over the cliff there. So he's got a pretty good angle if any of these players decide to step a bit too far. Jun is there, gets clipped a couple times, but that's not going to be enough for a knock. Dian did get knocked over, but thankfully he's got teammates nearby to pick him up again. So GOW with the aggressive play, unfortunately not successful, but at the same time also revealing their position to Bigatron, who's actually come on down, and they're right next to Death. Death potentially could be knocked here if he's in a very uncomfortable spot, but looks like Bigatron are going to play defensive themselves. And Bigatron launching themselves towards GOW. Demon going to be there to help out Death, but looks like Death has been caught anyway. Deeks is looking to try and finish them off, and oh no, GOW being feasted upon by Bigatron.
Yeah, I mean, in the front lines, it's Bigatron that's taking them down, and then from far away, Aurora is dipping their feet on that fight as well. Bigatron, though, they got 1 elimination. Let's see if they can target a few more of a GOW right here. Joel did manage to take down Goku. There's only one left, I believe, out of GLW, and Goku has been confirmed. Now, we saw June and Dix right now jumping in against June. Missed that ledge, but another one follows through. And let's see if he can survive that fight. June almost taken down, but Koja says, no, you won't be surviving this fight, bringing their team to getting that third elimination.
Third elimination for Bigatron, also crippling Aurora's early game as well. So as good as Aurora looked, going to be cut down a notch for just a moment. We've got to change over to EVOS's point of view. This team has absolutely struggled today. Bottom 3 in their first 3 games. If there's a time to come back, now is the time to do so, because if they don't start picking up points here, they're going to be sitting dangerously low on that leaderboard. And they're going to have to put their finger out if they want to make any sort of comeback happen. Not to say that they're at risk of elimination yet, of course, but I think from a morale standpoint, I do think at some point, let's say they're playing extra slow, this is a conscious choice by the team, I do think you kind of need to, you know, try and take it seriously for a couple games, just to kind of, you know, remind yourselves that, hey, we're actually a good team. We're not being eliminated, you know, for a reason. So Heavy gonna be jumped on here by Aurora. Aurora playing on that low ground, but Heavy's gonna stay up here for now. The thing is, though, who wants to try and make the play happen? Looks like a jump down there from Heavy, catching out Jun on the low ground. We see Azriel 3 versus 1, not an ideal situation to be in at all. Thankfully, Glue Wall's gonna be there to keep him alive for a smoother. But for how much longer can they stay alive for? Once this blue wall breaks, they're going back onto the high ground, and Heavy searching for Aurora, wanting those eliminations. And there's Azriel, a little bit too late to hook gun up onto that top side. He's going to be taken out, and Aurora pinned into a really tough position. They will be able to send one player off, but at what cost? It's going to be at the cost of one of their teammates. Oh boy. There goes Azriel and Aurora. They are off to not the best start.
Yeah, I mean, I'm loving the movement come from Alan right there. Hook gun plus M590. Before that jump, he managed to tag off the opponent from Aurora, and then trying to get away with a hook gun as well. He just is swinging, and Aurora is not in a good spot right now. Another one has been taken down because a revive has been done as well, but GOW was waiting for them in Shrines. As we are going to see where the shift of the circle on the second phase would be, GOW is getting in position, but as we look into Heavy right now, a little bit too close on Bigatron, will they be able to spot them out, or will this be another waiting game? Because 30 seconds before the next phase of circle shrinks, or this phase of circle shrinks, they can stay for a bit and probably wait for the next phase to show up.
I think we're going to play it patiently here, Neptune. I think everyone's on edge now because they're starting to realize the threat of some of these teams in the map, so they're just like, guys, stop. Stop, there's enough space for everybody. We can all coexist for the next 5 minutes. Just don't do anything too dangerous. And the thing is, Shadow Esports, they're going to take a risk themselves to try and loot up for the team, but they did expose themselves to Heavy, and I'm pretty sure they're well aware that someone's ready to jump onto them. But are they ready to see this team come out from under a bridge? Because I don't think anybody wants to be seeing a bunch of trolls bum rushing them from under the bridge. And here we go, Heavy rushing into Shadow Esports. I hope Shadow's ready for this, because Don't Cry is going to be coming at them from the top.
Well, Shadow Esports, last time we saw them in Kalahari, didn't do quite well in terms of placement, but 7 on elimination. Right now, good chance for them to take down players from Heavy. Steffi has been used, they will not be naded. Blue wall melters, everything being thrown at them, including the kitchen sink, but they are not phased. Smart move from Shadow Esports, bring in that active skill, especially in quite a tight space just like this. But not only is Heavy the ones putting in pressure on them, here comes BTR, Dix on one side, the rest of BTR on the other, but they need to be cautious as well, because I saw a glimpse of Twisted Mind, but here comes Heavy taking down a couple of players from Shadow.
And Bigatron really just pushing out Shadow Esports from their compound, making it so much harder for them. We still have one there with his teammate, gonna go for the pickup, but I don't know what. There's not really much they can really do here. They're stuck in this tiny compound. They have to worry about these grenades, and with 4 people there, like, they will obviously want to just rush in and grab these final eliminations for themselves. More points on the board here for Heavy, and eliminating Shadow Esports' chances of coming back in the round.
Alright, well, let's see. A bit slow down.
GOW
has been taken down. And I guess with that revive, it is Onyx Olympus just waiting for them to drop in. Now Twisted Mind, after
Round
BTR
two.
left the area, as they lost 3 of their players, they will be taking over range, probably beating down on Heavy, but great fortification being done by Heavy right now. Just make sure that Twisted Mind will not be pushing through. But a quick revive being done by Bigatron, bring a couple of their players. They still have 1 more missing, and there's still time to spare. Twisted Mind, though, hopefully they're not too aggressive, because in the horizon we're seeing Team Falcons who might be shooting them down, especially as they take that rooftop.
Yeah, they actually abandoned the rooftop, so I think great play here for Twisted. I don't think they realized Falcons are there, so they just made the right play in general. But our 2 elimination leaders, Twisted Minds and Heavy, ready to engage. The thing is, who wants to make that first move? You can see Twisted Minds trying to flush out Heavy, whereas for Heavy, they're pinned into the corner. So far, nothing is connecting, so essentially Twisted Minds are kind of wasting their resources until they decide to rush happen. And Diamond staying on the low ground, still holding on to the high ground. But here we go, Diamond tried to go in, immediately hitting the deck. We just have the Bass here. They at least managed to get 1. Can they get any more though? The jump's gonna be knocked onto the ground as well. And the Bass is there, clearing out the entire second floor. That's gonna be Aurora going down as well. 2 teams at the exact same time. But also, Twisted Minds with those 4 eliminations, bumping themselves up to 14 eliminations 10 minutes into the round.
Let's see now on how they're going to survive right now, because there's a known vending machine quite near to them. And I think another one's being guarded by a different team. We're united on this side, just watching what was happening on that area where Twisted Minds beating Heavy down. Confinement, though, is another spot where Team Falcons is taking their time, their sweet time. 0 elimination and still in great position to get into the final circle. BTR, though, despite of all the pressure, they did manage to revive their teammates. A little bit of a challenge is happening as well, as one of the teammates almost gunned down, almost knocked out. But here comes Onyx Olympus going for the jump in Bayfront after bringing that binoculars. Another team in trouble is WAG, as Evos finally decides to show up.
Finally decided to show up. They have 1 elimination to their name. They have been very quiet, and this time it's going to be maybe paying off as long as they don't lose anybody here. They've gone for a 2-2 split, okay? This is very dangerous, and WAG just going to absolutely rush into the compound. And Ray hitting the deck right off the bat, so already 3 versus 4 situation. This is not what Evos had anticipated, and Russia's not even with the team. If Kochiel and AimGod get sniped here, that's going to leave Russia to be the lone survivor to try and bring this team back into the game. Evos, they have to play this really carefully because they have to fully commit into this. If you look at where the circle's placement, it's actually Evos that's playing on the outside. They have to somehow break through WAG.
Yeah, despite of the team boosters, I don't think they will survive, especially the cleanse shot being thrown by WAG right there. And Evos, yes, they have 1 elimination already, but that makes it 2 elimination for the whole day. So I don't know what is the plan of Evos right now, but the revive has been done by Razia, and Razia is backing away. Kochiel and AimGod was left behind because WAG has their eyes on them. But
Onyx.
Launchpad?
Onyx is
no,
coming.
It's a revive. Onyx Olympus coming in from the left-hand side, and WAG with all this noise. Let's see if they're the ones being targeted by Onyx, because there's a hit list that has been put in against Onyx.
Oh, look at WAG. They're looking to abandon themselves using both vehicles to actually escape this. Oh, but they just run into a fence, forcing Tukui to eject from a vehicle and actually use his hook gun to escape. So maybe, just maybe, we could be seeing Evos still slipping their way through as long as Onyx don't spot them out. So there is still a chance for Evos to be able to show themselves like at least later into the game and to secure something to their name. But WAG, pretty unhappy with that though. They were hoping to farm Evos in that position. Now the thing is, Rasia getting sniped. Beautiful sniper right on the nose. And that's going to be it. The sniper is gone.
Exactly. Nan7 and 249 just breaking down the glue walls and being helped by the sniper come from the WAG. Here comes Ray! Spotted!
That's it!
Evos Divine eliminated once again. We have no idea how many eliminations they have, how many points they gathered, but WAG is now on their 8th point. But with all that noise, especially with this introduction against Team Falcons, that might reel in Buriram United as a potential third party. But hey, the God Day comes from Pina, takes out Jikui, Riptide Rhythm, and I don't think there's any chance for WAG to survive. But Pina has been gunned down, or I would say naded down with an M79 on fire, steps into the blade, but it's a 1v2 situation, and on fire might be in trouble.
Might be in trouble. Limit is still there with the team though, but Please One's going to be able to stick around. Pina is still on the ground. WAG eliminated from the round. Oh boy, Falcons are in trouble as well. Look at Moshi. Oh, I guess the snipe Limit. Thanks to Get High, going to be able to get the secure. And there goes On Fire as well. Falcons, this might be the round where they finally fall, leaving the door open for some of our other top dogs to be able to grab those points. And Buriram suddenly coming into life. We still have Twisted Minds in the game as well. So our top dogs, I think once they realize Falcons are out, there is absolutely a chance for these two teams to be able to grab their lion's share. But Twisted Minds get eliminated themselves.
Yes, ma'am. Team Falcons, though, they have one player right here. I don't think there's any surviving. Wasana takes down Kiroro. Now it's a 3v3v, or 4v4v4 situation between the two Indonesian team and Buriram United. Let's see if BTR can push themselves onto that compound, because the pressure coming from Buriram United might be a little too slow. But their focus right now is on Onyx Olympus, so this is the timing that they are looking for. Lightning Zone has been triggered as well, forcing everyone out in the open to get in a compound. But will they be able to make it? Buriram United still on point with BTR in between them. Who goes down first? We'll have to find out.
You can see what Onyx is trying to do. They're trying to remove themselves from the other two teams to kind of force Bigatron to maybe engage into Buriram instead. So unfortunately for Bigatron, they're sort of playing piggy in the middle now. They have to decide, like, okay, who do we go after? The thing is, they lose Koja, unfortunately, thanks to a grenade by Jonah. Bigatron, they're running out of time and they're running out of blue walls. They have to make a decision, but I think the decision came too late. They're being sniped down. Zyro catching out two, another one to fall. And it's leaving Deeks all on his own for the team. And look at that, Buriram looking to make the wraparound themselves. They're probably going to look up, they're looking to take out Deeks. Oh, but the snipe, Get High, hitting the floor.
Let's see, Get High is already on the floor right now. The quick pickup has been done. Next right now is just waiting for the opportunity to get away. Stuck between a rock and a lot of glue walls. There goes the Cryo Mine. His position has been resealed, but Onyx Olympus is saving him from the clutches of Buriram United. Raving around the Rosie once again, and Onyx might be caught off guard. Crime almost being taken out. The Knight is being cooked right now, but Crime, I think, will be safe for the moment. Here comes Putra going against the Jonah, and Putra is the first one to go down. 1v3 situation happening on the other side, but the isolation being done by Buriram United is a little bit too strong.
Zyro! Next one to fall as well, leaving just Adam and Crime to maybe somehow make this comeback happen. There goes Get High, going to be able to hit the floor. Jonah's still there. Adam wanting to try and invade Jonah here if he can get it. Oh, but he won't be able to. And Deeks, he stayed hidden. He's going to be the last player remaining for the team. And it's a 1v1. It's Deeks versus Moshi. If Deeks is able to get rid of Moshi, this will be the comeback of the day. Moshi's he gets it! He gets it! The patience this man demonstrated amongst all of that chaos, paying off in dividends for the team. Look at that.
What a clutch coming from
More. We need more. No, I don't want thumbs down. I want more.
More.
Yes, come on, more!
Right. Look at the perspective of Dex right now. I mean, after all that onslaught that he has faced, being saved by Onyx Olympus, he just knows exactly what needs to be done. Being tagged by that Cryo Mine, and he knows exactly as well that the glue wall will be put up by whoever that is, because he don't know exactly who the opponent is. He don't know if it's a sniper, it's Moshi, but he's expecting that would be a CQC. But it is good enough that Bigatron, whatever that plan is, it did work, and it worked quite well. Not only with the Booyah, but I think they also put up a decent amount of elimination, because in this specific map, they were very active.
Very, very active. Glue walls were king in this particular round. I think Deeks is He was so lucky. He had so many glue walls. And we also need to kind of talk about his position. He positioned himself so nicely because he had a rock covering one side, which you can't break those boulders in this game, right? So he had a rock to kind of cover one angle. Then he had glue walls coming in from the other angles. And I kind of wonder, you know, did the teams maybe spend a little bit too much time trying to go after that little freebie? Like, they saw Deeks there. They knew he was like one player all on his own. We saw both teams try. They kind of got gapped by the glue walls, and then they had to turn onto each other. I kind of want to add on top of that as well. I think it was Crime, right? That had to basically glue wall himself in because he almost got isolated. I kind of wonder, that play saved him in the moment, but did that play maybe come back to bite him in the butt? Because he was glue walled in, he didn't really have a way to escape in time, and his team members got overwhelmed because all of a sudden Buriram just turned, they cleaned them up, and Crime wasn't able to contribute because he was in jail, basically.
Well, let's see though. I mean, I'm taking a peek of what Crime was using in that situation, because at some point when you have a probably Valiant dash, even if you glue wall yourself or you box yourself in, then you will be able to get yourself out. He does have a Skylar, so I guess in that specific moment we're in, he can take down one of the players of Buriram United. He used that Riptide Rhythm on himself and then step outside of the blue, and that was where the trouble was, because of how everything was turning up, he don't have a clear view of where the zone is, so he had to step outside, run outside, and with the movement as well, with how close it is, it's chipping on his HP. Thus, he has been taken down and leaves little no chance for Onyx Olympus to survive. But going back to Dix, I guess with Dix right there, he just needs to be silent. The distraction of Onyx Olympus is what saved him from Buriram United. So props on him. Great mental fortitude not to get away from that cover, as well as lucky on him that the zone was not closing in that fast against him, that he doesn't have to get out of that comfort before that final moment.
Yeah, look, sometimes if you're outnumbered, you just sit tight and you pray. I mean, he probably prayed enough because he was
meditating.
able to out-survive. Meditating, he was... Whatever he did, it worked. And I think everyone else has got to start adopting that strategy because it just... And I think under normal circumstances where if teams got their ideal shots in, he should have been taken out. Bigatron should have been the third place team. It was just placements, brilliant placements. And also, I guess, like, props to the other teams for keeping each other disturbed, because they could have left each other, like whoever was there to grab the elimination, and they could have just gone for a standard, you know, team versus team. But instead they tried to like outplay the other and be like, okay, if you try to take the freebie, we're going to try and backstab you and we're going to punish you for it. So they kind of played Ring Around the Rosie as well around Dix, and it ended up being instead of a Ring Around the Rosie, it was Duck Duck Goose, and it ended up being the goose that ended up winning.
Well, again, I mean, another props to Dix right now, not only with that movement, but also being the MVP of the game. But looking at total elimination, none of BTR is in that board. But as we look into the skills, this is somewhat similar to what we've seen in Team Falcons. We have that Oscar, that Nero as well, that's Skylar. The only difference would be that 8124. And with a thrill of battle, it's very crucial in situation wherein you would be in a CQC. If you use that thrill of battle, the disablement of that of any active skill from the opponent would help you to first beat down, like not being caught off guard by any skills. Another one is to disrupt whatever tactics they have in plan if they're just starting it off. So I'm loving this right now, but looking into how Joel as well as Bank is set up in terms of their passive, I guess with that specific map, it does work with the double snipers, but not for that final moment. It was just Dix who clutched it out.
It was Dix, and I guess like contributions from the other two teams that really set things up for Dix.
Yeah.
So, yeah, congratulations to Bigatron to be able to grab their first Booyah for the day, because this is also their first Booyah of the day. Is this their first Booyah in the tournament? I'm trying to check my notes here. Just give me a
third
second.
Booyah.
It's the third Booyah for Bigatron.
Yeah.
So great news for Bigatron. More points on the board, going to bring them back up. And let's see how many points everybody gets. So Onyx is going to be the ultimate winner for the round with 16 eliminations to their name, pushing them up to 24 points. followed by Twisted Minds with 21 points, and then we have a Booyah team sitting in 3rd place with 19 points. So
Yeah.
if I'm Bigatron, I'm just happy I got Booyah points. It could have been worse.
One thing though.
Yeah.
One thing for Onyx Olympus, because of this move, and they're a little bit far away from Team Falcons from this game standing, I guess this brings them closer to be the top of the team. I think two more points and they will be able to tie up against Team Falcons onto the next match. So let's see if Onyx Olympus, because of their consistency as well, I thought that they're the ones taking that 2nd place. They've done that from before, but they were taken out on the 3rd place. And there you have it.
Oh, look at the gap.
2 points remaining.
Ooh, Onyx, almost there. As for Falcons, though, Falcons are going to be a little bit disappointed. They thought that they would be able to keep this lead, but they just got taken out too early, and Onyx popped off that round.
Oh.
Absolutely popped off. So Falcons can't really afford to be too comfortable here. But at least the good news is that there was a gap between these two teams before the day started. So according to we have the leaderboard here. So even though this is a case of these two teams being very close for today's points, Onyx started very far down on the leaderboard, whereas Falcons were way higher. So the gap in terms of the overall standings, much bigger, but I think it's also just an indicator of Onyx maybe being a team that we really need to pay attention to for the next upcoming games, because they have just been consistent today.
Yeah, I mean, adding to that, Onyx Olympus is the ones who eliminated Aurora, GOW, and Twisted Mind from that map. So I'm really loving this side of Onyx. And again, their consistency in placing on the top 3. Looking at the numbers right now for Onyx Olympus, they got the Booyah on Nextera. They were taken out a little bit early in Bermuda though, but Purgatory 2nd place and 3rd place in Kalahari is a good move. And that's not just a soft placement. They also add in a little bit more of illumination. Thus, they are inching to overtake Team Falcons for the end of the day.
Well, let's see if they're able to do that, because I think the Falcons, after that round, going to be feeling a little bit salty, maybe a little bit motivated to really put their finger out for these last 2 matches, because, yeah, it's Solara next, right? Yeah. So Solara is going to be our next matchup, and after that we have the random map. So if Falcons don't do well on Solara, our upcoming map, they might have to pray for game number 6 and pray that it's going to be a map that is favorable to them. But let's see how they fare on Solara if they're able to create that gap. Maybe it's going to be another team that plays catch up. You know, who knows? We're still waiting for EVOS to be able to play this game, because for today, EVOS has just been cruising at the bottom of the leaderboard. They're currently last place, I think? Last place, second one. I believe they're last place by 4 points. So
they are last place, and
Yes.
they're down by 4 or 5 points against Mountain Sports. So let's see if there's a time that they will be stepping up. But as we look in the flight path right now from Aquarium heading to the hub, we're seeing a little bit of a split up coming from Onyx Olympus. 3-way split up, but no, Adam is deciding to head into Aquarium. For the rest of the squad, there's little chance of hot drop that will be happening, other than Evo's Divine just passing through WAT's compound, and with how close they are dropping in, that might start that initial engagement. But for Team Falcons, their favorite Riders Club, they will be staying in here till the, I think, final moment of the first phase. But they have spotted Heavy just above them, so this would be a hot drop indeed, and Heavy might be in the losing end.
they might be in the losing end, or they might be able to win if they're able to win in the loot department. We'll have to see what happens here. But right now, Falcons, they are retreating with Pina. So I guess Falcons maybe not too happy with their loadout. Usually, this team is going to be the one to advance onto their opponents. But I have to say, yeah, this is a little uncharacteristic for the team. Are they maybe going for a wrap instead? But thinking about it, Pina's here, ready with the Valiant Dash to use it. They do throw a couple of pot shots in, do get a couple of connections. Nothing lethal though, so no one's going to be hitting the deck yet. And Pina going to be able to grab more. Neptune, do you think they're going to be able to grab this?
No, I mean, Limited 7 is already getting in position using his slide rails to cut off the exit of Team Heavy. But here comes Heavy right now, stacking together. I don't know if they're exchanging loose, preparing for Team Falcons, but UAV has been triggered already against Team Falcon, so specific
Heavy.
position is known already. But no, they want to go for the chase. They don't want to go for the fight. And Heavy might be able to step in the slide rails, move away, but to where? With all those UAV,
Oh, no.
I think it's coming from both Falcons and Heavy, and they will be going the same direction.
Okay, so they've actually decided to swap locations. So it's actually going to be Heavy kind of blocking off Falcons here. I have to say, that was a very interesting rotation there from Heavy, right? Like, they looked like they were maybe trying to make a getaway, instead deciding, okay, we're going to reposition, we're going to try and block off Falcons ourselves. Actually, no, maybe... Okay, the team kind of deliberated yet again, and they're thinking about... They're probably going to camp on top of the slide rail, and then they'll decide last minute, okay, is it time to go, or is it time to fight? They're doing another big wrap around, a big game of Ring Around the Rosie. Nobody deciding to go for a commitment yet, but someone's going to have to make the first move. Otherwise, we're going to be running around this building all day.
Well, let's see though. I think what the initial plan of Heavy right there is to block off that vending machine. If in case any one of them gets eliminated, at least they have that fighting chance of a revive. But they were caught off by Team Falcons, covering that vending machine all throughout. Another round of Ring Around the Rosie right here by Team Heavy. They're just taking so much time. It's a good thing that no one is going for third party, but Kiroro's trying to block them. But is this enough? He needs a little bit of backup because it's a full squad that's going in against in a bit.
Yeah. All right, Heavy. Round 3? Round 4? They're still trying to deliberate where to go. I guess the good news for Heavy is that this circle is still within the Confined Dividers Club, so they can actually stick around here for quite a while. If it actually decided to go in a different direction, that might have been a motivating factor to force Heavy away. But looks like Heavy is going to be trying to come into the compound this time. Couple of shots on him with Faster. Nothing lethal yet, though. Peanut is here ready with the dash. On fire there, don't cry. Oh, quick swap. That's when he hits the and we also have On Fire. Peanut is the next one to follow. 2 players down on the side of Falcons. Alan looking to go for a backstab onto Kororo. Alan is low, though. Less than half health. Kororo going to be going for the wrap around. Who gets the shot there? Alan gonna win that one instead. And Falcons down to 1 player remaining. It's only limit. Oh, but the patience from Heavy paying off.
Yeah, I mean, again, that was the plan. The moment before that engagement, they block off that vending machine, and then they position themselves, isolating one of the players. And I guess with the position that Limit 7 was taking, they know that they had an advantage in terms of numbers. And that's where they beat them down. But speaking of a beat down, Onyx Olympus right now, taking down none other than Twisted Mind. If I'm not mistaken, there's only 1 player of Twisted Mind left, and there's like no vending machine near them. And we also witnessed earlier Aurora being eliminated, but as to continue, it's Diamond right now going against Adam. RGS a little bit too close, he could have damaged him, but here comes backup from Crime with a Max 7, but that glue wall saves him, but right straight into Diamond right now. Will he be able to get away? He did, but unfortunately not that fast.
Oh no, what an absolute disaster. So Diamond is gone. Look at this though, we're seeing some shots being thrown between Hongam and Spies. What a battle happening between ADC and WG. Oh, Spies, he's still got some glue walls. He's gonna be able to cover him, but he changes direction! He changes direction! It's Grand Step Spies, but he runs out of glue walls, and WAG will take him out. I love it. I want more.
We're getting a lot of highlights right here. Funny moments, crucial moments, and unfortunate moments, especially from Team Falcons earlier. WAG still on the battle dome. Again, another Vietnamese team. And there goes Nan being taken down. But Tico, even Valiant Dash, and an M590 hit and run literally as they drive deep down beyond. And the grenade did hit, it did take him down. I think it bounced off one of the players of WAG. It heads onto him, and they are now left with only 1 player for GOW for the revive. And hopefully we will see a full squad back in, similar to what we're seeing to ACD right now, who not only did they get a full squad in, but they have 4 elimination.
I don't know how. We still have 11 teams in the game, Neptune. I would have thought by now we may have lost maybe 1, to maybe 3 more teams, but apparently everyone decides like, nope, we're going to play absolute battle royale. No one's allowed to be eliminated. We're just going to farm. We're just going to keep farming everybody. So I feel like this lobby is going to be overinflated in terms of elimination points just because of the number of revives that we're seeing. Like, look at the scoreboard already. Like, WEG has 5 eliminations, ACD has 4, Onyx has 4. So many revives happening across the board. Now, unfortunately, Diamond is going to be taken out, but Jump is there with the revive, but this does force him back again in the loot department. So Twisted Minds, this is going to be a tough round for them, unfortunately, because they are being set back with every single time one of their players is being eliminated.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, in terms of placement, they didn't do so much in finding Final Circle from the last time we saw them in Solara. But WAG, though, doing quite well. Again, they are leading the fray when it comes to this map because they studied this so much because one team like BTR from the past has been beating everyone else. But as we look at the next phase of the map, WAG, not only them, but ACD, Onyx, Olympus need to move fast because not only is the circle closing in, but it's way far up north and they need to move not only to be close to slide rails so that they will not lose real estate.
Oh boy, Shadow Esports not too happy here. Bigatron shooting at them from quite a distance, but no critical hits, so it looks like they will be able to comfortably settle into their compound for now. And Bigatron, I think after that last game, they are quite bloodthirsty. They want to try and pick up some more eliminations. But with the positioning so far, it's quite closed in. So Bigatron's going to have a pretty quiet game, I think, unless someone comes in from Waterfall's side. But I don't recall the angle for some of these teams. Shadow Esports going for another rotation again. Even Riptide Rhythm being deployed as well, but that's going to be wasted. Oh, unless maybe they got the drop, they get Rin. They got one at least, but can they follow through?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's so much cover right there, especially as them stepping into the compound, and I think Shadow Esports will be saved. But BTR right now, playing with the meta, 2 snipers, 2 marksmen on the M24, one on that SKS, which is, if I'm mistaken, was Dix, and another one with a Woodpecker. So long-range engagement being triggered by BTR, but Onyx Olympus, Prime. Okay. Not quite sure if they watch out where this fight has been going on, because I think they have missed that opportunity already and taken advantage of that fight.
Bit of a disaster losing Putra there, so it's only going to be 3 players on Onyx in that compound, and I don't think there's really any way for Putra to easily meet his teammates. Now the thing is, while Onyx is here, can they do anything significant? Can they maybe flush out Bigatron? Can they maybe weaken Shadow Esports? Because they're in a weird position. Putra gets brought back, he dies again, so are they gonna bring him? They're probably thinking like, guys, I don't know if it's worth bringing him back because there's like 2 teams shooting at us at the moment. C-Bank? Oh, look at the shot! Crime right through the window! They're throwing everything at Onyx here, and they are super low. Thankfully, they do have the heals there, the healing gun, so all of the efforts from Bigatron going to be for naught for now, but this does show that if Onyx are not careful, there is a team ready to just knock them off of their feet.
All right, let's see now. Putra has been revived. The only question is, will he be dropping the same area?
No, there's no way. He's got to come from the outside. Oh,
Putra's been taken down again.
Again.
Dude,
he's on the ground.
I don't know.
Is he? They got him. They picked him up. They picked him up.
All right,
Putra's there. He's back from the dead.
I thought he'll be lost again. I thought he'll be lost.
Yes.
But let's see now. I mean, we have 11 teams remaining. We are now in 3rd, going to 4th phase. 10 seconds remaining. But BTR, I guess they got sick and tired of shooting at them from afar. They want to jump the gun, take them down. But you see the sliver of glue, or the bunch of glue walls right here that can easily be taken down with that Riptide Rhythm, plus a Cryo Mine from both sides. Onyx Olympus would be in trouble because they are in a very good spot. Not only are they in the middle next phase, but they also have a vending machine near them. And this has been one of the gameplays of a lot of teams, especially when the revives are involved.
I mean, they've been capitalizing on those revives of Putra, so we're kind of seeing the benefits of having that vending machine. Now we do have WAG being jumped by ACD with 2 players on the rooftop, so you got to watch for the top 5. First player to get knocked on the side of ACD. They're still playing on the low ground. Tikui rushing in, taking out Fires. Oh, but Tikwe and None gonna be hitting the ground as well. 3 versus 2. Up to Please One and Knock to maybe make this comeback happen. Loki is down. Hong Arm is low. You can see Aleph wanting to go for the wraparound. Hong Arm is super low. Can he get the revive? No! Absolutely denied thanks to Aleph. Trap's still chasing Please One, but he will be cut down in the meantime. It's 1 versus 1. 1 player left for both teams. We do get a revive though. And wait a minute. WAT, they might be outnumbered now.
Oh, see, I mean, WAT is outnumbered. It's only BL as the one that's trying to survive. Blue closing in. The car is stuck. And ACD managed to go for that elimination. Though they lost by ease, there's no chance for them to go for a revive. But they still got those eliminations. But back into play. It's Team Falcons going against Evo's Olympus. Evo's Olympus, we've seen them fight. Will this be a chance that we can see them win? And here comes the fight. Here comes the push. The zone's closing in, pushing Team Falcons out of the open. That can be taken advantage by Evo Divine.
Well, let's see if they're going to take advantage of this because Evo, they need the points. Oh, disaster strikes. There you go. Oh, Evo. To be fair, it was Falcons. To be fair. So they just, unfortunately, wrong team, wrong time, wrong game. Everything is just wrong. So I don't think this is something you can give EVOS flack for. It's just the way the game is. So
Yeah,
EVOS down to 1 game to try and pick up points for today.
I don't know. EVOS has been slipping up. Okay, let's give the perspective. If that was not intentional, they've been slipping up, and I don't know what kind of show would be seen from the teams right here, because this is the early parts of this tournament wherein you can risk a lot of things, and if that's not the mindset that the team has, then definitely they are doing bad. So
Yeah.
let's see what turnaround can be done for the final game. Heavy right now. I guess they will not be surviving. Siege 1 already on the ground. Don't Try is the only one who managed to push through as Alan was the distraction. But Moshi goes for the finisher. And Buddha United wipe the floor with them. We have 7 teams remaining. And BTR is one of them who's in the middle together with Onyx Olympus and Shadow Esports. And here comes Buddha United jumping Shadow Esports on the ground floor.
Oh boy, you can see Buram looking to grab those points. Falcon not going to be too happy. Korora going to be hitting the deck, unfortunately. Buram in the meantime, though, going to be occupying that second floor, looking to try and grab some more if they can. Esports, at this point, just going to try and capitalize on whatever opportunities they can get to maybe try and get an elimination before this circle gets smaller and smaller. But right now, it's Twisted Minds and Bigatron that's currently outside of the zone. They're going to have to figure out a way to either find a safe compound or to evict somebody with a little bit of extra force and maybe a little bit of bloodshed. Bigatron still trying to do something. They have Onyx as their next door neighbor.
Uh-oh.
Here we go. Circle's moving in, Neptune.
Twisted Mind losing a lot of players. BTR is doing the same, and they will be leaving them behind. Even Joel, I don't think he'll be able to survive. He's trapped, but Koja has been revived. It's not Nex anymore who might be able to clutch, but the nade coming from Jonah right there. This saving because Green was just flanking. But United easily picked them up. But the pressure from 2 teams like BTR and Shadow Esports might be the downfall of Buddha United. We'll have to wait and see. Team Falcons edging a little bit too close, or I would say only 1 player from Team Falcons. Eliminate 7 is at a loss. They lost a lot of their teammates from earlier and little chance of a revive because the vending machine is outside of the circle.
Oh boy, look at the number of teams. 6 teams, and we still have such a tiny circle. Something's got to give, though. You can see Onyx, they're going to be making their way through the next circle, so positioning, they're going to be at a huge advantage. Buram and Bigatron, they're kind of stuck in this compound, and Shadow Esports themselves just also trying to decide, like, when can they go? Because if they expose themselves, they're leaving themselves open to being sniped by ACD and Onyx on the outside, practically waiting. They're going to go onto the low ground. Shadow Esports going to try and break their way through. They first one to hit the ground. Sicily as well. Shadow losing too many players, and Buram are swarming as well, looking for more eliminations if they can find it. Limit looking for Baron. Baron running in the opposite direction. He's actually outside of the circle. Maybe he's trying to find a vending machine. I don't really know what the play was there, but Bigatron is out. Onyx is here. Buriram is looking to make their way in. Oh boy. Oh boy. Onyx looking for their next Buria unless someone can stop them.
Well, let's talk about a God Nade being thrown by Brim United to eliminate a squad, and as well as a chase. I thought Limerick 7 will be surviving because of all the distraction. On Olympus right now being chased by Brim United, but they did manage to get the compound first. The shift is favoring them, and that pushes Brim United onto the bridge. Now, it's all about the timing. Will Onyx Olympus recover before Brim United steps in, or will they be distracted by ACD on the other side that can give the opportunity for backstab for Buriram United? It can go either way, but the numbers advantage is an Onyx right now.
Yeah, I think the question here is who makes the first move, because that's going to be the decider. I think from an ideal standpoint, both Buriram and ACD want to target Onyx down at the same time, sandwich them in, get rid of them, and then basically finish the game from there on out. But the problem is if you also do that, you're kind of creating an opening for the opposing team to maybe go for a very risky wrap, and you can also punish someone else. So I think with everyone just kind of taking their time, they're actually going to turn this into a race to the center. And if we're going to race to the center, Onyx and ACD are in a better position than Buriram, right? Because Buriram is basically relying on that singular wall as their only form of protection. They can try to play on the outside of the house, but that's also creating an opening for Onyx to maybe wrap around and maybe even go for a team wipe as well. So we'll have to see who makes the move first. Knowing Onyx, I don't think they're going to move. It might have to be Buriram that makes that first call. Do they rush into Onyx compound, or do they wrap to ACD?
As you can see right now, Buriram is making that move. A little bit of zigzag movement just to make sure that they will not be spotted by either ACD. They go into the rooftop, and the target is not Onyx Olympus. It's ACD across that road. And if they take him down, it would be easier for them to deal with Onyx Olympus, especially with no distraction. So great plan by Buriram United, but they don't have the manpower to take down all of the Onyx Olympus at this moment. Aleph has been taken out by Jonah on that car 98. Noki would be the next target. All utilities being thrown at him, even the grenades. And there goes the knockdown. Only one remains for ACD, but also Onyx Olympus is feeling their wrath, but a quick pickup has been done. There's still numbers advantage for Onyx Olympus.
4 versus 3. That's going to be the last player picked up, I think, for ACD. So if Buriram versus Onyx, this circle is getting dangerously small, and it's going to around that right-hand window. And you can see Buriram, they've got Wasana there, they're ready to go. They're also actually blocking out the window. So Onyx, they're kind of stuck here. They've got to either do something. You can either break through the window, or they're going to have to go through another exit point. Onyx, they're going to try and play the long game, but if they do that, Buriram's going to win.
Yeah, I mean, I love the tactics coming from Buriram United. They set up the glue walls,
Can
put in the glue wall UAV just to make sure that no one from Onyx will be able to push through. But there you have it. This might be the chance. Buriram United will get that booyah because of great blockage technique. And finally, they are away.
Buriram played that beautifully, and they kind of played it really well into ACD as well, because like I said, right, they could have done the classic thing. They team up with ACD, take out Onyx. Instead, they use the rooftop. They say, okay, we're going to use this rooftop. You have no cover. You have to waste so many glue walls to block shots from both us and Onyx. They remove ACD from the equation, and the fact that they also had the economy to be able to do this against Onyx, I kind of question Onyx here. Like, they had ample time to move, but they decided to try and delay it. I wonder if they miscalculated where that circle was going to end.
Yeah, I mean, I think they didn't calculate that the glue wall UAV will be used and it will stick in there on the rooftop. Final moments on that view that we had, it was just hanging in there just on top of the wall where all those glue walls are, and they try to break it down with the skills that they have, but you know that not every skill will be able to break it down, so they tried to heal themselves. And the final moment when those glue walls started to shatter, that's the only time that they managed to get out, but the damage has been done. BRU has more HP, they have more utilities, and there's not so much that can be done by Onyx Olympus in that final moment.
Yeah. We're flexing their brains. They just proved to us they're just a little bit too smart. You know, they've been through everything, so they really know how to handle those late game scenarios. I miss this Buriram, man. I miss this Buriram where they just kind of make it look like they're playing with everybody with the mind games in that late game.
Yeah.
So fantastic ending there for Buriram, picking up a bunch of points as well. I think that's a big thing too. You know, they could have ended the day kind of in the middle of the pack, just kind of comfortable, but they said like, nah, we're gonna end at least one round with a bang. You know, booyah, eliminations, kind of keep us up there so that people remember we still exist. So, but yeah, for Buriram, times are good. Times are good.
Yeah, I guess with that as well, I think everyone would know that Buriram United is not only aggressive but also tactical. And just take note, they did eliminate or wipe out 5 teams. That's ACD, BTR, GOW Heavy, as well as Onyx Olympus on that final moment. But I want to see more of the stats coming from BRU later on because let's see what kind of changes they have done. Because we know that they have the Oscar, the Nero, and they have the Oscar, the Nero, as well as the Cassie that they were using most of the times in the previous map that we've seen them in. But will they be able to bring in other skills that could have caused that final moment to fail for Onyx Olympus and favoring Buriram United, not letting them pull away from that blockage of the glue walls?
Yeah, I think everything is situational, right? It's like you gotta make the most of whatever resources you have access to, and some teams will just have an innate advantage because they're just better equipped than you. So, they know what's up. They really know what's up. This team is dangerous. Yeah, we'll wait for the highlights. I want to see the highlights. I think that's where we have to kind of see like what the decision was, because truth be told, I really thought Onyx might have moved a little bit quicker because, I mean, we get top-down view, so we get to see where the circle ends clearly. It almost felt like Onyx thought it was going to end in the compound, right? Like, it kind of looked like they were angling themselves in that corner, and then they kind of realized, like, oh, wait, we're in the wrong angle. And they saw where Buriram was, and they thought, like, okay, we're stuck. I saw someone try to jump through the back window. Their health got deleted because the blue zone is very, very painful at that point of the game. I think I saw 2 of them with the Cassie electrotherapy try to break through the glue wall. No, too many glue walls to break through that late into the game. And they really just ran out of gas. I think I saw also someone try to play the health game. Like they were sitting in the back just healing themselves. But again, this late into the game, it's the damage from that blue zone is just too much. Like whoever's waiting in the center of that circle, you are easily going to outlast somebody that's gotten an extra 2 seconds ahead taking that blue zone damage.
Definitely agree. And well, as we look in, let's congratulate Moshi as our MVP. And also the top 5 elimination were 3 which coming from Buriram United. So out of this 3, it's already 16 elimination. I think Buriram United has done a lot more. I'm taking a look at my notes as well. And I think with Onyx Olympus, they tried to survive with that Oscar as well as the Skylar to break down those glue walls. But changing factor right here is what Jonah is bringing in. A124. So final moment, if they know exactly where those glue walls are and the timing that Onyx Olympus will be take, you trigger that A124 thrill of battle, and then those skills that could break down the glue wall is zilch. They will be useless. And that's what Buriram United, I don't know if it's intentional or it's because of their game sense that they know that it would have that great effect against Onyx Olympus. Yeah,
and also just let's add to this as well, 3,200 damage for Jonah. This man put in work. He put in a lot of work in that round. And also 8 eliminations, that's just a small thing. It's another day in the office for Jonah. Just usual stuff with this man. But really, Buriram, okay. What's the odds of Buriram suddenly ending today top 3? Is it possible based on off of the numbers? We'll see shortly, but they scored 31 points, which is it the highest points for today? I do believe so, right?
Yeah.
Highest points
for
today.
I believe. Yes.
Yes. So Buriram, come back.
Buriram United.
Buriram is united.
But one we'll have to see though, if Team Falcons will be brought down a little bit too early, just like this, there's a huge chance Buriram United will be able to catch up. If they can repeat, if BRU can repeat somewhat close to this kind of performance. But judging from the number or how close it was earlier before that match, Onyx Olympus was just a few points below Team Falcons. Let's take a
Welcome
peek,
back,
though.
Buriram.
Oh, third place. So that brings the top 4 once again for Thailand, and Buriram United is slowly catching up. 16 points below Team Falcons, wherein Team Falcons, well, despite of all the effort, they still couldn't break through, but they still have one more match.
That's assuming they don't bomb out in this last game. Now, the thing is, I do believe Falcons will get points. Going into this next game, I think they will surpass AG.
Yeah.
The thing is, how many points are they going to get after those 5? Because we did see Falcons kind of falter in that previous round. And it also depends on what map we get, right? Because it's our random map coming up next. If it's not a map that's going to favor them, this might be an opening for someone to maybe get real close. And speaking of teams, Buriram and Twisted Minds, the 2 closest candidates to being able to chase Falcons down, whether they can catch them or not, again, it's going to depend on how many points Falcons can get. Because I think if I'm Falcons, going into next round, let's say you score 10 points, I think they're safe. I think they're safe to keep their first place position. It's just can Buriram and Twisted Minds offset that? And speaking of, we're going to find out right now what this random map is going to be. Quick prediction, Neptune, what do you think?
I don't know. I mean, I want
Quick
them
prediction.
to be brought into hell!
Purgatory!
Purgatory
But
or
I'm
Kalahari, either way, depending on how
Okay.
you treat them.
So you're doing Kalahari, I'll do Purgatory. All right, let's see.
All right.
Let's see, Neptune. It is... Announce it, Neptune!
Oh, Purgatory!
No way! I'm a genius. I should start opening a fortune-telling service.
Now, with that storyline, with this map, it brings the storyline back to Team Falcons because they did get that booyah in Purgatory, and they did 16 elimination out of that. So I believe by the end of the day, they will be taking the #1 spot. Not only that, if they can bring down either Onyx Olympus or Buriram United, then they can definitely bag that Team of the Day title as well, or prize pool as well.
Yeah, 100%. So now it's really on Falcons to be able to perform on Purgatory. Because, like, sure, they got the Booyah today, but it doesn't mean they're guaranteed to get the Booyah. Like, there are definitely teams that can compete with them on this map. It's just, who makes mistakes? Is it Falcons that make mistakes, or is it going to be their opponents? Because I do think there is... I don't want to jinx anybody, but I do think Falcons sometimes can get a little ahead of themselves, especially in situations where it's the final map of the day. They're in the lead. They would like to keep the lead. Occasionally, they get a little bit too overconfident and kind of drop the ball. So, stay solid. Okay, use your brain. Use your brain. Keep it together. Don't get too overconfident. Don't assume everybody is going to be easy pickings. Play it safe. I think if they play in terms of placement for this round, 100% they can keep their first place on the main leaderboard. It's just a matter of how much is everyone else going to catch up, right? Twisted Minds and Buriram, they're really picking up for our last game for today. There's a good chance that they're going to be feasting. Assuming the early game goes their way.
We'll have to find out though. But hopefully they get away from any games or mini games that they are playing within the match. Because that ring around the rosy, I think
Yes.
didn't work.
Stop playing Ring Around the Rosy with Falcons. Stop it.
Well. All right.
I wish I could use the meme.
Whatever
Stop
game
it.
it is, because we've seen Ring Around the Rosy, we have a merry-go-round, I would say. We have the hide and seek
Duck, duck,
that is
goose.
being done, the the duck duck goose. Hide and seek that has been done by Liminex 7 before that final moment. He just passed through everyone else, and he's not even using a Morse. So that could be a potential change, a game changer in that kind of situation. But I don't think Team Falcons would be changing their pace just yet. Again, going back to how the other teams are, hopefully we see this time around a dark horse that would probably take down both, or help to take down Buriram United, Team Falcons, and Onyx Olympus. Because who's next would be WAG for the Team of the Day, but they are quite far though, so it's still questionable.
True. I have to say, WAG, I think they're kind of falling in their firepower today. I don't know if it maybe could be some fatigue, or maybe it just Solara wasn't their map. You know, sometimes with teams it is just a case of that map not being their cup of tea. I think WAG is going to come back. I think they're going to come back. They're going to cause a ruckus. If they get rid of Falcons early, everyone will be thanking them. But do they have the confidence to challenge Falcons right off the bat? I would love to see a hot drop.
Yeah, let's see.
I would love to see if someone just decides to hold the Falcons. Be like, all right, let's get them out of the equation and just sort of bust the doors. Look at that flight path though. Holy moly. Hang on, you got map data. Who does this hurt?
Well, it does hurt a few teams, especially for, I think it's Team
Fire
Falcons
Brigade.
who's supposed to be in Central or Fire Brigade. But so this would push them a little bit into either Fields or Ski Lodge, and Fields would be a good spot because we don't have AG Global in this area. But as we look into Aurora and GOW, I guess this also throw them off because Mount Villa is quite open and also in lower ground, and with this hot drop it reduces chance of them getting a lot of loot, so it can go either way. They need to pull up, they need to get out.
Okay, so we still see Falcons still flying down, and now Falcons running into Bigatron right off the bat. Couple of pot shots, nothing lethal though. So Pina doing some damage, but thankfully for Bigatron, they do escape for now. Hang on, wait.
No!
What? Hang on.
That was a carpool. On Fire was driving. He's like BTR's just hitching on them. I was confused for a moment.
I was like, hang on, wait a second. Speaking of wait a second though, Aurora, not too happy. They do lose Zeus right off the bat, and they are right next to GAW, so they're gonna have to kind of commit to this fight because they are out in the open if they want to try and escape. Azriel is there, goes down the time turn, they're gonna buy some time, but no, gets clipped in the nick of time thanks to Demon. Azriel is down, Kyung does get pulled back. Death though, gonna be caught out by Jun. Jun's still there. You can see right now Goku thinking of advancing, but actually they're going to back up instead. They decide, nope, we're going to regroup as a team. We're not going to overextend. We're not going to give away those eliminations. So for Aurora, this is a saving grace for them because they are given a second chance.
Let's see though, I mean that chance can be pulled away, a rug can be pulled right off their feet as GOW is trying to go for a chase. But no, the UAV is not stopping anyone, and Aurora will be going into the other way. So I guess let's go with that storyline right now as them being saved. But for Shadow Esports, one of the players is a little bit lost. It's a good thing that it's not the final player of the team. We are still looking at 3 that is alive for Shadow Esports, but they will need to deal with Twisted Bind. Vending Machine has been dealt with already, and there goes the Cryo Mine onto Baron, tags him up. Information has been relayed, and the Bass all have to do is point and shoot. The WAG would be distraction, and Launchpad as early as this, but that doesn't save Baron, and he will be taken down.
Yeah, unfortunately for Baron, not really the best angle. He kind of lined himself up there to be two-timed by the Bass and Diamond. So, yeah, it's not over for Shadow Esports. They did go for a massive split. So they can recover. They're just going to have to find a safer place to do it. Now, speaking of being safe, Aurora not going to be too happy with their positioning. They're literally playing on the cliff side. Jun is going to be running in the opposite direction. So Zeus is essentially buying time for the team. He's still there, though. He's kind of hoping he can force someone down that cliff. Maybe go for a bait? I mean, Aurora's coming in, and they've got 4 players, whereas for GOW, it's just 3, because Dian isn't back in the game yet. They don't actually have enough to bring him back. They're not in position to bring it back, too. So I think this was a trap.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Grouping up Demon. Oh, he thought it was going to grab it, but no, he gets 2-timed.
Yeah,
GOW
definitely.
falling for the trap. The Wolves have caught the snare.
Let's see though, if they can survive. Revive onto Dian might be a saving grace for them. A little bit of insurance policy drops somewhere else. But onto Onyx Olympus right now, who's going in for a takedown against one of the players of Shadow Esports. But as quickly as that, they have gone for that revive. But on him right now, Crime FGL. A little bit too late though. Cannot deal with the double revolver, and Onyx Olympus will need to recover. But Chelsea will be chilling, and Adam right now, MP5 in hand, level 1. Not too strong as a weapon. There goes the tag. Chelsea right now might be the ones in advantage, but that cryo mine a little bit off, and I think that's coming from one of the players of Shadow Esports. It just got stuck in the tree, and that forces Adam to pull away.
Oh no, Onyx, they're in a pretty tragic position because I just saw Pucho losing quite a bit of health, but he's being tagged up. And with him running away with 2 players on his tail, Shadow Esports, it would be a miracle if they survive for much longer. In the meantime, though, we do have Buiram running into EVOS here, and so far, EVOS yet again seems to be the losing team in these engagements. It's just Gochiel, he runs out for the team. EVOS. This is just not their day. They still have 1 player remaining, but if they lose Rastia, that is it. It is done. It is dusted. EVOS may have had their worst play day, I believe, in the history of their esports career. Rastia running the road. She wins that one at least, but Wasana's here with support. Oh, Rastia. Oh, it's over. It's over. EVOS. Good night.
Yeah, good night
we'll see
indeed.
you next week.
But very United right now, I think they will be saying good night as well, because here comes Aurora coming from far away. Good thing if he goes in there, instant boost, not hitting any tree. Great on Wasana right now on a steering wheel, and they managed to get out from harm. Now, let's see as to where they will be heading. A vending machine available right here in the docks, and as we switch over to Bigatron, zero elimination, good chance to probably take down Onyx Olympus earlier, but they are being quiet. And let's see if they'll be able to add up a few more of those points later as the next phase of the circle shows up.
Just gonna be scanning out the air to see if they can maybe grab anything. We have Onyx here. They're still missing Adam, so we're gonna have to try and buy him back at the vending machine. There we go. Onyx is slowly regrouping as a team. So another competitor for this round, actually, Neptune, right? Like, Onyx has been doing very well today, very consistent. And where are they on the daily leaderboard? Are they in 4th place? 3rd or 4th?
On the daily leaderboard, they're taking the #1 spot. They're 5 points ahead of Team Falcons, because Team Falcons was eliminated in the previous map. And they just got a few more eliminations against them and even survived towards the end.
Yeah. So Onyx are potential candidates to win this round. You know what? Let's just leave the game play out.
Yeah.
We'll let the game play out. We have to see what happens with this fight here, because Buiram Twisted Minds, really big skirmish. Any of these teams getting eliminated here would be huge. And looks like Falcons themselves running into a bit of a fight themselves up against Heavy. They have lost Kororo, so they are missing a player for this. And you can see right now, Mufasa already on the ground, on fire, going to be winning his 1v1 up against Alan. Don't Cry versus Pina. Pina's going to hit the ground, though, leaving just Chutan for Heavy up against Limit. And I think if you're Chutan, I don't know if you can get away. He's sitting on so much money.
Yeah.
I think at this point, you don't give yourself away. But he's trying to escape, but with 3 players from Falcons on his tail, it would be a miracle if he can make it to any kind of vending machine.
Oh!
He's running, but that's going to be it. Sniped and locked out of the round. Heavy is out, and Falcons are now up to 8 eliminations.
Yeah, 8 elimination indeed, but not out of trouble, because Aurora is just right next to them. A revive on Kororo might have saved them, and Launchpad, but unfortunately Swiss a little bit too close at M590. Pina and On Fire on a sports car, whizzing going away, winning out on this fight, and I don't judge them for that situation. They could have fight, but there's only 2 of them, and one of them will just be coming back from the revive. So if that is the situation Team Falcons had to run, it's a good decision for now. But Shadow Esports, well, we are just looking at Chilsea right now, who's just waiting for the opportunity to be helped by their teammates, but we're not seeing them anywhere, and even the minigun doesn't help them to beat down BTR at the moment.
Yeah, I think this is just Shadow Esports. The team is split because they've had such a rough game that they're trying to just bring their equipment up to snuff, especially considering that we are starting to hit this mid-game for the round as well. So you're kind of running out of time to be able to get your equipment up to where you want it to be. WAG going to be going onto the Bass. Can they snipe him out of the air? He hits the ground. They will grab him thanks to Police 1. So the Bass is on the floor, leaving Twisted Minds with 1 player yet again. This round, Twisted Minds, the chance of them making it very far, it's unfortunately very slim. Not impossible, but they're going to have to try and find some kind of breathing room but with the lack of real estate, with the lack of space, and with 10 teams remaining, the chance of that happening is very, very slim. Shadow Esports, though, not going to be too happy with Nam being able to grab a drop there, forcing them to at least pick up one of their players, and also signaling to Shadow Esports that someone is here.
Let's see. Next phase will be coming in soon, and that's decision time for most of the teams, but not WAG and Shadow Esports. The decision would be, will they be fighting? Here comes the lightning zone being triggered right now. That might save them from the onslaught, and a barrage of nades being thrown just to block Shadow Esports. But in the horizon, we're seeing a lot of teams that might be very close, and WAG is not waiting for it to run in. They either move away or just head in the next circle to prepare against Shadow Esports move of gatekeeping them in their approach. But no, Shadow Esports, I think they decided that they will be bringing their teammates back, getting into next phase of the circle, and that would be the plan of approach.
Is Diamond the last player for Twisted Minds? I think he might be. Oh no. Oh no, he gets a buyback. Okay, so if Diamond goes down, they still have 2 players, but it's still a tragic round for Twisted Minds. Diamond about to go down, about to be backstabbed by Numb. Blue wall to delay it for as long as possible, but it's just inevitable. There we go. Please one locks in that elimination onto Diamond, and Twisted Minds, essentially in this late game, they are playing with prayers, hopes, wishes, donations at this point. They're practically playing with nothing.
Yeah, definitely playing with nothing. Let's see if that's something that they can turn around. Red side Rhythm break through the blue wall. 9-7 would be in trouble. Rindo traded off despite of the basic therapy. And even Chelsea will not be chill anymore. Now, it's now left to Baron. You see how Baron failed on that flight, even on that revive. And it's WAG who finished them off. Now, WAG needs to heal fast. It is the 3rd phase going to the 4th. It will definitely hurt, but they do have 12 eliminations already. That could be enough for them to end the day.
And also just a reminder too, WAG with 12 eliminations, they are our kill leader for the round as well. So they've scored the most kills for the round so far, which means they are basically the team to beat if you're hoping to outplay them in the eliminations department. All right, so here's where the circle is going to be very crowded on the left-hand side. And if anything, I have to say Bigatron is so lucky with their positioning. No one's coming in from the right-hand side, not even from that bottom right. They actually have free reign. It's Boyram flying into ACD, hoping to find a place for themselves in that final circle. And that's going to be the next zone as well, determined for our team. Boyram with 3 players remaining, fighting into ACD. But look at this, Jonah locked in with those blue walls, having to try and shoot his way out. But look at the rest of his team. They're being eaten alive. ACD, get rid of Boyram and say, get out of here. This round is ours.
I was about to say this. If they are looking to take down ACD, they could have done it fast because Aurora is closing behind. And we didn't even see Twisted Mind jump in against them. Now, out of the 4 teams, we have Traps right here trying to do a Dix play, and not quite sure if he can do it as great as possible. But there you have it, Valiant Dash. Traps might be taken down, but Twisted Mind not phased at all. It's still a battle between 3 teams right here, make that 2 teams as Traps has been eliminated. And there goes ACD, not living the dream, but Twisted Mind though, they lost expertly, and Aurora Gaming has a numbers advantage.
Aurora was not in a good mood today. Now for Twisted Mind, they have to somehow just survive. Diamond is down, but look at them being swarmed by Aura. And that's going to be it. Aura locking in all those eliminations for themselves and opening the door to them to going into that circle. Falcons, though, not looking too happy themselves. Onyx rushing into the compound. They do manage to pick up Limit. Pina's still there. Cororo on the side. Zyro's been dropped. Primer's still there. Onyx are in trouble now. They lose Zyro. And I think that might just be it. Onyx are out in 5th place, leaving us with our top 4 teams.
All right, the dream of taking the top team, or the team of the day, is already taking away from Onyx Olympus. It's time for Team Falcons to catch up with the points. But one distraction, one complication would be Aurora right now. I love how heated they are, and they're bringing the house down against their opponents. And next up in the list would be GOW. Death already on the ground. Goku is down. Demon, Bingong, F, but tried Valiant Dash through the window away from this all. But on the other side, we have BTR against Falcons, and I don't think BTR would be winning this fight, but it's a 2v2 situation, 3v3 situation, and Nyx would be the final survivor, but they managed to go for the pickup and pull away.
In 3 versus 3, they managed to get the pickups on both sides, so we are back to an even game, but look at Bigatron. They're blocked into the wall. Oh no, but it was too late. Dix got it from the side. 2 versus 3, Limit rushes in. They do catch out Dix, but positioning-wise, Bigatron, they might be able to go for the pickups. No, they lose their teammate. There's only 2 players left, but here comes Aura. They're looking for blood. Kyung is the next one to fall. That's going to be it. No more Bigatron. And that's Aura securing our final booyah of the day. Bloodthirsty and hunting. Absolutely pays off.
Yeah, let's bring the roar to Aurora right here as they showed up from the mid of that game. Actually, from the beginning of the game, we are seeing that they have been so aggressive, but there's also a little bit of patience coming from them. They don't just jump in blind. They're moving stealthy, and then when it is a time, they go in for that elimination. So let's congratulate Aurora Gaming. I believe this is the first booyah coming from the team.
18 eliminations. I caught that. 18. 30 points for Aurora Gaming. Neptune,
yeah,
you got your graph in front of you, okay? Where did Aura start before the game on the leaderboard? Where are they now?
All right, so I know if you've loaded already, but I think Aurora was somewhat in the 15th spot, and now they push themselves into the 13th. Let me just double check if that hasn't been, 13th place. That's where they are. A little bit too close to 12, and that would be a storyline. They need 6 more points, and it's Heavy that's above them, but we've seen Heavy also rack up a few more points, making it difficult for them to really get to that 12th.
Yeah. Aurora, what a way to end the day. They were kind of struggling for points at the beginning of the day, and I thought to myself, is Aurora going to be able to make any significant mark after today's games? But look, you grab the last booyah, you grab 18 eliminations, you essentially end the day with 30 points. That's it. Job done. You're happy. You're comfortable on that leaderboard. And you put yourself in a pretty, I don't know if I want to say they're super safe, but they're in, I guess, like a safer spot towards the bottom of the bracket. Because they could be, you know, one of the last 2 teams, but being able to pick yourself up like that, that's very, very significant, especially with where Aurora kind of started coming into today's games. I hope we see more of this kind of Aurora. I hope it wasn't just a one-hit wonder kind of thing where they just last game of the day, to heck with it, let's just go. You know, I feel like that's what happened. They just YOLO'd in, and it just confidence, skill, everything just kind of playing out in their favor.
Hopefully the motivation coming from that booyah as well will help them. Though it might take a few more days for it to, or they need to hold on it for a few more days, because that's the end of this day as well as the week. And momentum-wise, they won't be bringing it out. They won't be taking it over onto next week. But hopefully their still motivation doesn't die down that easily out of this team. But I'm really loving the performance. 18 elimination. Most of it would be coming from the Axel, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, from the Axel. We're going to see, I think we'll see most of the players on the elimination leaderboard. I mean, we hope to see them anyway. We'll see it in just a second. But what a day, Neptune. I thought the games would actually be a little bit quicker. I thought like final circles, maybe like 4th or 5th circles. Maybe there's like 6 teams remaining. But I think almost for all of today, you know, like when we got that late into the game, I think we were sitting on like 10 teams average for almost all of our games, and we're still getting a lot of those very quick picks where teams are sacrificing 1 or 2 players. They get the revives in, they regroup as 4, then they kind of group up and get ready for the late game. So very, very kill oriented, I feel, for today's games as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think that has been a pattern for even from yesterday, because there's 3 instances from yesterday wherein there's still a lot of teams around 10-11 towards the final circle, and we see that even today. So survivability wise, especially with the revive, we're seeing most of that coming from the team, and I don't think that would slow down unless something change in every approach. But there you have it. The Axel, the
9.
MVP, 9 elimination.
4,800 damage.
4,860. And
Neptune.
yeah.
What in the world is that damage?
4,800. I think this is close to half of whatever the full squad of Aurora has brought in terms of damage.
That's huge. That's huge. That just goes to show how good of a game Axel had for our last game of the day. Man, I'd be feeling... What would I be feeling? Great, godly, unstoppable. I don't know a word to describe like how elated he must feel, especially with like how well he did in that last round.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to more out of Aurora. But looking at the skills right now, well, I guess the pattern hasn't been broken just yet. We also see that we still see that Skylar, Nero, and Oscar combination because of the number of glue walls that they need to deal with towards the final, if not in most of the engagement. Azrael right now is also bringing that time turner. If in case needed, he pulls out that time turner. He has a quick revive capability because of the Tiva. And if in case he needs to fire back, he is wearing that Nikita. Actually, 3 of the front line is using that Nikita. Thus, they're helping out and chipping the damage. But the Axel has done so much, not only in the damage department, but also elimination department. But look at that knockdown. That's 12 knockdowns coming from the guy.
Okay, I don't care about the knockdowns. I want to look at Jun. 13 assists. This man is everywhere, it seems. He's just been helping everybody get those eliminations. Okay, yes, knocks are great. We already know Axel's had an amazing game. We need to give some props here to Jun.
Yeah.
This is teamwork right here, okay? This is teamwork. That is what you want from your teammates.
Yeah.
Aurora, is this a sign? Are you foreshadowing your comeuppance next week?
Oh.
30 points. 30 points on the board. Second place is Falcons with 22 points, which is fine. Okay, that's fine. Falcons, we kind of were expecting Falcons to do well here because this was the map that they had their Booyah earlier on today. So they were projected to do well. And they keep their position on the main leaderboard. I think that's the main thing here for Falcons, right? They take over first place. And by significant margin, kind of, I suppose, but not unreachable. But they've at least created a nice gap for themselves against the competition.
There you go.
So there we are.
First double century right now, Team Falcons. And it took a while when we thought that it would be easy, but we've seen how grueling it is from Team Falcons before those couple of matches. So they were taken out a little bit early, and if they didn't survive towards the end, they could not have overtaken Onyx Olympus as a team of the day as well. But with this, because of Onyx Olympus being eliminated early as well, I think with the numbers Team Falcons has brought in, makes them secure that that extra $250 for the team of the day.
Yeah. All right, folks, this is going to be the final scoreline for the rest of the week. This is not going to change anymore until next week because we've finished all of our matches for today. So commit this to memory. Make sure you cheer for your teams and let them know that you still are going to be supporting them because we are still going to be having games next week. Some of the placements of the teams, you might be concerned, but that's okay. We still have plenty more play days because this is just week 1. Next week is going to be week 2, and we still have more weeks after that. Neptune, I guess kind of to wrap things up here for today as well, I want to ask you a couple questions. First one, are there any teams that have surprised you in terms of their performance today?
Well, other than Aurora, Onyx Olympus. Onyx Olympus was just phenomenal right here. If it wasn't for that elimination, and they've done so well in surviving all throughout each game. Looking at for each map after that Booyah, they other than Bermuda, they didn't slow down, and it's just that purgatory map wherein they only got 11 points in total. Not so much of placement, not so much of elimination after placing or getting 6 on the placement. That's one reason why they got pushed down. It's double that Team Falcons has gathered just for that specific map of Purgatory.
Yeah, I'm going to add ACD, our underdog team, I suppose, for today. Like, yeah, they didn't score super high, but considering that a lot of people didn't really expect them to do well, to end the day on 5th.
Yeah.
And they started the day really strong as well. I kind of feel like if this team can find its footing, that they might even be bigger contenders in the group. So, yeah, ACD, fantastic performance. underperformers, aside from EVOS, which I think a lot of people are kind of looking at here, is there anyone that you kind of feel like should have done better? I kind of feel like Heavy, they should have scored more today. I'm going to be honest. I actually thought Heavy was going to get more points today. I didn't expect them to only get 34.
Yeah, Heavy, and as well as one of my predictions, GOW, because from the first day, the first time that we've seen GOW,
Sure, okay.
they didn't manage to clutch it up, but
No. Unfortunate.
Unfortunate, and probably it's because of the set that the teams that we have right here. It made it difficult for them to really catch up. So let's bring it over to the host right now. I think we're going to go for an interview, and let's bring it over to our team day as well.
Hi, what's up, y'all? Now we are with the team of the day of today, Team Falcons. ตอนนี้เราก็อยู่กับ Team of the day ของวันนี้นะคะ Team Falcons. Can you briefly introduce yourself? แนะนำตัวสั้นๆหน่อยค่ะ
สวัสดีครับเคโรจากทีมฟาลคอนครับ
ลิมิตจากทีมฟอลคอนครับ
ค่ะ so the first question is the result in the first week is according to what you expected or not ผลการแข่งขันในวีคแรกเนี่ยเป็นไปตามเป้าที่เราตั้งไว้หรือเปล่าคะ
ก็เกินความคาดหมายนิดนึงครับ
It's above our expectation เพราะว่าได้บูย่าไปถึง4รอบเหรอคะ
ใช่ครับก็ไม่คิดว่าจะทำได้ดีขนาดนี้เพราะว่าตอนซ้อมฟอร์มไม่ได้ดีขนาดนี้ครับ
We didn't expect to got 4 booyah from the first week because during the practice we didn't do a good job. And the next question, what is the result that you expected for next week? แล้วในวีคหน้าเนี่ยอยากได้เป้าถึงขั้นไหนคะ
ก็อยากได้ที่1ของตารางครับ
Next week they hope that they will remain the first place of the scoreboard. And what do you want to tell your teammates? อยากจะบอกอะไรเพื่อนร่วมทีมหรือเปล่าคะ
ก็วันนี้เก่งทุกคนแล้วครับ
Today they all did a good job. And the last question, what do you want to tell the fans? อยากจะบอกอะไรแฟนคลับที่คอยเชียร์ไหมคะ
ก็ขอบคุณแฟนคลับฟาลคอนทุกคนครับที่คอยให้กำลังใจมาถึงทุกวันนี้ครับ
Thank you all the Team Falcons fans that keep cheering for us. Okay ค่ะ so now let's get back to the caster. See you next week. See you next Friday on 6 p.m. กลับไปที่ caster กันเถอะค่ะ เจอกันวันศุกร์หน้า 6 โมงเย็นนะคะ บ๊ายบายท้าย
All right, so there we have it, our team of the day, Falcons. Essentially the team to beat next week because they are sitting at the top of that leaderboard. So AG, locked and loaded. I'm pretty sure they got their eyes on the Falcons now, especially during that particular play day. Everyone else, I kind of wonder the thought, like the mentality and thought process for some of the teams. Like there are some that's probably going to be happy with where they are. Others maybe second guessing, like, something's going to kind of change going into that next week. We don't have enough points. We don't really have the place that we want to be. But we're going to give our teams a whole week to kind of deliberate what they want to do coming into week number 2. Because Neptune, we're done for today.
Yeah, I mean, we really appreciate everyone who joined us right here. We're going to see you again next week. Once again, I'm Neptune Degenerer Garcia, joined by Danley. We bid you goodbye and good night.
มที่ 3 เนี่ย ได้บูย่าเป็นครั้งแรกรู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะ
ก็ดีใจครับ เพราะว่าทีมเพิ่งรวมกันครับ
He was really happy because his team just united. And right now in the scoreboard, you're just 1 point above AG. What do you want to tell them? ตอนนี้เนี่ยในสกอร์บอร์ดมีแค่แต้มเดียวเองนะคะที่นำ AG อยู่ อยากฝากบอกอะไร AG หรือเปล่าคะ
ก็คราวหน้าเอาใหม่นะครับคราวนี้ดิวก็โดนผมไป
Let's make it up right now. Next time. But today I revenge deal a lot. And the last question, what do you want to tell the fans? มีอะไรอยากฝากบอกแฟนๆไหมคะ
ก็ฝากเชียร์ทวิตเยอะนะครับ ทายนาผู้ใหญ่ครับ
Keep cheering for Twisted Team Coach Namo. And for now, let's get back to the caster. กลับไปที่ caster กันนะคะ บ๊ายบาย
Okay, I have to be a bloody man of my word, man. Okay, you can moderator, Delena. I know you're watching this. Okay, you should have banned everybody who's demanding. But I'll have to do it because if not, they won't like me anymore. You got it. Just 1 round, okay? Unless Flash gets more booyahs tomorrow. But I'm not even casting tomorrow.
That's one thing, though. I mean, really appreciate it. Such a sport, AJ, right here. But I'm really loving the storyline that's being built right now for first 2 days of this Southeast Asia FFWS Spring 2026. There's a lot more that's about to unfold, especially from how this teams is showing up, how everything is showing up, especially after updates. All the meta changes is bringing us a lot of surprise coming to teams, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And, you know, the shock is one that is very much welcomed. But I still do think we're not seeing everything that the squads can show out there. Teams like EVOS Divine, teams like Buriram are holding back in the group stage for good reasons, right? Because nobody gets eliminated here just yet. But obviously, I'm expecting more from them in the days to come. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is the end of our broadcast here for day 2 of the group stage. Tomorrow, same time, same place, day number 3. We'll catch you there. Take care, good night, and goodbye. Squad here, RRQ, enough information to understand exactly where the squad of Heavy is. And now the circle favors the veterans RRQ. Heavy gonna be under heavy pressure shortly from the circle. You can see the position held on here by Ranzay Enabe, who calls out for the lightning zone though. Is this Heavy or RRQ? It is Heavy. Smart play by the Vietnamese squad.
They're forcing them indoors, allowing them opportunities to actually take compounds for themselves. This is a pretty dangerous position to be in. No matter what, WAG has got a lock on everything that is happening on the northern side past the body of water. This entire time, though, GOW, I would have assumed that they're coming from the southern side and pulled the attention, but oh, wait a minute, no, they're not directly within Foundation.
That's a damn good reposition by Heavy, using the Bolt Maker, scaring RRQ, who were looking to be aggressive, back into their compound, and they took position well. Uhui mopped up already on the opposite side, and here now comes Heavy. The players just breaking down those defenses. Ma'al dudes both down on the ground. M590s all striking big time here for Heavy. Abe backing away with the hook gun. Struck from the back. It's got the inhaler in hand. Just for a quick recovery. Runze on the other hand stuck between a rock and a hard place. Many players on the side of Heavy. Oh, great blue wall. Runze gets away.
Isolated the fight again. Alan and Mufasa are trying to trade against a 2v2, but he tries to pull them out into the open. Unfortunately, WAG, they bite on him and not the bigger fish. RRQ get eliminated from that northern side, but on the southern front, we see that GOW is actually facing off against Aurora, the Axel. He's the dedicated sniper, and 3 of his frontline members jumped into that war, and they've already lost their lives.
Yeah, the Axel's just stuck, man. Just can't get into a better spot. GOW takes advantage, will snuff out the rest of the Aurora players. Can they get the loot though? A little too late, and they will be scared back by the blue zone. It will take a little bit of damage here. Demon now spotted out, but WAG rotating out in the open ground, and the sniper meta will have those snipers do the damage out here as expected in Kalahari. The VSK, the M82B, everything in action as GOW punishes WAG for the open circle.
Yeah, this is what I was worried about, right? It would cut the map in half, body of water in the middle, and then pulls towards that western side, giving a huge advantage over the GOW. Now that Heavy has won that northern side, they make that first move past the body of water to secure themselves a pretty good spot, covered from WAG, but close enough to keep GOW in check.
This is the final battle sequence. 3 Vietnamese squad looking for the booyah up against 1 Malaysian team who has no chance. And as I say that, final shot is taken, putting Aurora out of a little misery there, looking for some sort of a survival. Now Heavy battles WAG and GOW for the booyah. And if WAG can have the perfect say in this, that would be to have Heavy and GOW do the damage up against each other. They sneak away that booyah.
I don't know. Considering that these are 3 Vietnamese squads, I would only assume it's standard play. Both GOW and Heavy are going to be looking towards the side. And now that that first pick is gone, Heavy now turn their attention towards GOW to try and catch any of their forward members. They see Dion, and they're throwing ordnance. Dion has no way to get back in. Demon loses his high ground, and Mufasa and Don't Cry take the compound. Mufasa ends up getting 1 tap. Hans gets traded. Don't Cry still holding strong. Demon in the blue. Don't Cry unfortunately goes down at the worst possible time. Alan just got into the compound. He's trying to get Mufasa back up on his feet, and Demon trying to deny but doesn't have the angle just yet.
Sends out the glue UAV just to barricade himself up. Grenades flying in from the back. GOW wondering exactly how do they sort this out. They could not pick up their team member just yet. Demon and Hans backing away now, looking for Alan. Alan has the M590, but it's a 2v1. Demon gets the knock alongside Hans, and GOW secures a decent booyah for themselves on Kalahari.
And huge plays by the sniper player coming in from Gao, holding back 2 members. How in the world did they get the revive on to Mufasa back into full HP just for him to get dinked back to back? GOW come up huge here.
What a play by Vietnam. A massive game. This was that final shot as the Heavy players were trying to get into position, but Dian just merciless with the plays off of the SVD in the perfect flanking position. Their rushes pulling that distraction, making so much of noise, and the sniper of the squad rejoicing the position he held to pull that perfect finisher for GOW.
GOW, after recovering the entire early to mid game, they find an amazing pull of the ring right when it mattered the most by Foundation side. So Oh, dude, that ring was super influential. I mean, RRQ could have some better odds, could have had a little bit better odds. Honestly, Heavy beating RRQ on that northern side changed everything for them. And honestly, it shouldn't have been as clean of a fight with so many members. Aurora Malaysia down by the eastern side, GOW by the western side, and WAG literally right across the water.
Yeah, massive stuff, right? And RRQ got eliminated so early, and just like the story of AG Global earlier, they had a massive number of eliminations, but of course they did not go for the record. They didn't have 0 placement points for themselves. They survived quite a while before getting taken out. So this was a decent recovery game for RRQ, but they're still going to be towards the bottom half of the leaderboard, which is hella surprising. And do I even need to talk about Buriram? Buriram got smashed this time. I think they barely got more than 5 points off of this Kalahari lobby, which is just a shocker.
Yeah, they lost their ones, unfortunately. Their class squad wasn't as clean, and, well, you know, once you're at a disadvantage like that, it's pretty difficult to recover once the chips are laid down on the ground. Maybe that could change. I don't know. At least for RRQ, it felt, I want to say it felt slightly better. The good times were rolling for a little bit before it ended.
That most definitely was the case. The Malaysian teams just having a little bit of a better time in terms of picking up some points, but just not as much as we expect them to, right? Aurora doing so much better compared to the previous 2 games. Purgatory and Solara just didn't see the points really strong on the side of Aurora this time round. I think their eliminations were decent. They survived long enough for us to actually just catch some action from them. But still, I think it's going to be asking for a lot to see Aurora climb very high up the leaderboard. They're still going to be somewhere down the bottom alongside Buriram. So it's a challenging day for them because this next one is going to be the final one. Purgatory, actually I'm calling out Purgatory. I don't even know what map is it on the randomizer. I think it's going to be Purgatory based on, you know, the fact that we just want to torture these players with a lot of those, you know, open, clear areas, right? Earlier, the circle on Purgatory was just devastating, Gideon.
Yeah, no, very, very devastating. Not too many games usually end up like that. Most of the time, usually it ends up in nicer spaces, but hey, every once in a while, we still get one of these bad ones. Let's look at the game highlights and really analyze exactly what happened, right? Because we've seen many different facets of the game, the early game being hyper-aggressive, the mid-game being particularly tough for recovering teams, but it's these late-game scenarios which got me thinking, right? Because it feels like the reads were good for the first 4 maps. This time around, I feel like they were over-reading the rotations, and it ended up being like, oh, I'm holding to gatekeep a position that honestly, probably I should have left alone.
Yeah, like Shah Rukh Khan would say, man, picture abhi baki hai, so all of the other squads looking to climb this leaderboard. W that made the big climb, running the Morse, Nero, Oscar, as well as Chrono. Those Chrono definitely coming in for the clutch save earlier on. Just a little surprised that Hans wasn't running the Olivia alongside the Thiva, but he was looking to play a very aggressive game at the end of the day as well.
Yeah, he kind of wanted to be with the rest of his team. It kind of feels like he wanted to set up for Zayn and then ended up with Chrono at the end of it. But even so, I still think the Time Turner was doing a lot of good work, especially in the early stages of the game where it feels like a traditional Clash Squad style. That Time Turner really makes the difference. We even see it from WAG running a somewhat similar lineup, except with different passive abilities.
Absolutely. And of course, he didn't really get a lot of eliminations with that Chrono, but at least you see the assist making a lot of sense out of Hans. He was throwing in all of that damage, all of those shots. The rest of the team members getting the heavy picking done out there when it comes to those elimination numbers, and the game standings will have GOW sit at the very top with their Booyah and 14 eliminations. RRQ Kazu with the 6 placement points and the 16 eliminations jump into that second spot, followed by Heavy with the 21. Down at the bottom, you see PE Sports Flash and Buriram.
You're seeing the victims of RRQ plus whoever also happened to be in the area, because RRQ was going on quite the third-party streak, and unfortunately for some of these teams, they just happened to be the victims in the middle of those early fights. And RRQ Kazu, yes, they did lose 1 or 2 members, but they were able to recover without too much loss. It's not like a complete reset like we've seen with Magna, or even Aurora for that matter. They also had to take full resets in that game, which is probably why they're coming in with such weak weaponry in the later stages.
And Bigatron by Vitality and Heavy up at the very top, followed by GOW, Avida, XKDC. Down at the bottom of our overall leaderboard, you can see the two Malaysian squads just finding this lobby to be a difficult one. Although, I am very glad to see them pick up decent points. Aurora doing better than Buriram and PE Esports at this point of time. So Malaysia still does have some sort of a hope here. We did have that one decent match off of them on the side of Aurora. But we want to see a little bit more to be comfortable. But on to the map selector now we go. The randomizer. We have missed it for a long time, Gideon, and now it makes its comeback.
Oh, I'm feeling the nostalgia here. Here we go with the new graphic of our map selector. What are we going to get for our very final map to unleash the fire here? Doesn't look like it's slowing down anytime soon. It's still going. What are we going to get?
Yeah, let's see what we get. Do I get the lucky guess of Purgatory, or do we get tortured by Kalahari? Back to Bermuda to start. Okay, all right, let's go. Lucky guess name for myself. So a little bit of a boo-boo turns out to be a premonition. We head back into Purgatory. Maybe Heavy can get the back-to-back Purgatory Booyah completed to overtake Bigatron on that #1 spot. Your underdog is about to become the predator of the day, Gideon.
Oh boy, I mean the numbers are very close to each other. Let's find out whether or not this is going to be it here on Purgatory. Because last time we went on Purgatory, that early game was really wacky. We saw a lot of teams not completely getting wiped out, but getting farmed the entire time. Now, Heavy was the last team who got the Booyah on Purgatory. Let's see if they can do it again, because this would be huge for them to build confidence in Week 1, Day 1.
Yeah, Gao, I believe Heavy, both these two Vietnamese squads did very well at Purgatory. So this cannot go any better for the Vietnamese fans right here, right now. Buriram got 4 points on Purgatory earlier. So they're one of those teams that really needs to buck up this time around if they want some points, because Buriram looks like they are not serious at all right now. Or I mean, it's very difficult for me to think that they are serious, right? This cannot be Buriram.
They're just lizard people in the same skin, right? No, like it doesn't. They feel like they're playing uncharacteristically, but at the same time, even RRQ, they have more fluctuation in their performance that we're more okay with that because they haven't achieved that world title just yet. I think that BRU, once they flip the switch, they're gonna do the RRQ of I'm a third party everybody and just farm the eliminations.
I don't know if BRU needs third party situations when they flip that switch, man. I think they're just gonna be busting through everybody they spot out there. But we're gonna be gearing up for the final game of the day. As you guys have seen it, it is gonna be at Purgatory. But of course, let's see what the flight path is going to be looking like in a little bit. Whether it's going to be torturing the squads as we head on out for a potential skewed flight path for a brand new plane here.
No more lucky guesses here, AJ. We need to see something a little bit more neutral if we want to see our teams unleash the fire as we head back on over. Tell us, survivors, are you a believer? Whether you are or not, welcome to Purgatory.
As we open up this match, it seems like a decent flight path will be blessing the squads who are not looking for early chaos, especially if they are one of the ones who have been struggling down at the bottom. They've got Heavy looking for the top spot, Bigatron by Vitality looking to survive and keep it, but they are going to go head-to-head at Forge, the early hot drop between the top two squads of our Day 1 here.
Okay. Let's see how this is going to break out, because again, BTR didn't land directly onto Forge. They have a little bit of a trailing line towards the back, so they won't be able to get the best weaponry possible, but they can deny POIs early on. Now, BTR has two decisions, one decision. Do they want to hold these positions to buy time, or are they going to send their back two members to go find for another space? And it looks like they're going to go for a wide spread onto Heavy.
It looks like the flank might just be pulled off successfully here, as Bigatron by Vitality will send one survivor away to play Revival and try to overcome this challenge at this Forge with just 3 players on their side. They do have the confidence because of the guns picked up by the Bigatron players so far. They do have a couple of snipers. Sibang finding a good shot. Allen, MP40, up against the MAC-10. MAC-10 still doing much better.
Nice to the corner and make it all happen. And they find two. Koja gets them both. Mufasa Allen begging for more, but Buhoy is able to at least get one back into Koja. They've taken out their main lead here. They can get this revive. That'd be awesome, Dix. Fortunately, has to break it halfway. That's totally fine, though. He can tie back in, and with the help of Seebeck, they take out Heavy. No problem here. Very nice as they win this fight. Buhoy should be able to make it out. Luckily, turning and bobbing and weaving, Joel unable to find the driver's seat.
I mean, what a play by Bigatron, by Vitality here. Sending one survivor away, keeping 3 players to take on a uneven battle. They had the shorter end of the stick, but they overwhelmed the players of Heavy, sending them scrambling for those revivals. Now, Buriram up against Aurora. Let's see if Buriram wants to shoot. Jonah out in the open.
I mean, it feels like they kind of have to shoot right now. That'd be great. Somebody, Mochi quickly drops down the glue wall just in time. The time turner keeps them protected from Jonah's flank, and now it's a little too late. Oh, they still found the pick, and now Jonah can get one more. This fight should seal the deal as Zeus unfortunately loses his head to Mochi. Good push and pull. The awareness of angles is great, and Aurora, they do find one back in Wasada. But BRU, they get to make the choice of whether to move on with this fight or to back away, and it looks like the decision is to actually re-establish the battle lines. He knows where Jun is. They want this fight, and they want it bad.
Well, Jun managed to get away here, but Mochi's right in front of him. But Get IXL with the MA2B managing to shoot him out of that monster truck. So getting away from Buriram when they are hunting 4 points. WAG, on the other hand, with the 4 eliminations already, making a great big plea now to Heavy to just lay down their arms and give this one up. Don't look for the #1 spot, but of course, in your dreams, says Heavy, they are running right in for this fight.
They want it. Unfortunately, made a little bit too far for the Valiant dash. Luckily, because of Tikue's sacrifice, the rest of WAG gets to go on a revive spree, looking for spaces to play, and are on the recovery. We'll see whether or not they actually survive that mid-game. Considering everything that has happened, a lot of these Vietnamese squads somehow are able to pull through. Ooh, getting a good headshot onto one of the Magna members here. AG, a very wide spread overall.
Now, AG Global. Let's focus on Avida for the time being then, I guess. So Avida XKDC setting this one up for themselves. A freebie off of PE Sport is not going to be... Oh my lord, I thought that was impossible. Pablo with the VSS. That's those accurate sprays. Looking for more off of PE Sports.
Well, nothing but raw faith and blind mechanics here, right? Just catching him right at the edge here. Real good use of the auto-aim system, but now Bridge has been compromised. They know that one of the other PE members should be relatively nearby to narrow. If not, yep, they already know it. They're all by the beachfront north of Fire Brigade.
Only 1 elimination so far on the side of Avida at PE Sports. Not really choosing to go all out in that battle, looking for those revivals. WAG, on the other hand, look at PLS1, just picking up those coins, surviving long enough as Dutz waits for him to clear the area. But PLS1 just chilling at this vending machine way too long, man.
Yeah,
does he know Dutz is there?
Yeah, I think he's aware. I think he heard his util being used. He heard the inhaler, right? And now he's going to... Does he have... Yeah, he has enough coins. He's going to pick up one more, yeah. He definitely should have a rough idea. He's already got his full team members back, so whatever happens really doesn't matter.
Now he's spotted out in the open. PLS1 just gave a freebie. Uh-oh. Here comes the rest of the RRQ players who were revived. This is not looking good. Lauho shooting Ma'al out of the skies. PLS1, big opportunity earlier, but Dutz just runs him down.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate there. Thank you for the 12 med packs and your glue wall, sir. And Tikwe, I probably shouldn't have taken those shots and probably should have walked away from the scenario, because now it's going to be another wild goose chase for RRQ as they waste more time on the very first ring, but the blue barely even tickles them at this point. They can do this forever until round 3.
RRQ versus WAG is just turning out into a battle that I don't want to see anymore. AG Global, ABCD, moving on in with the Valiant Dash. Nameless caught out already. Barros with the M79. Can the grenade launcher find something here? ABCD is the prize. As Cypher runs through them, M59 into the head of Mink. And now from afar, the God with the godlike snipes onto the AG players.
He's not missing a beat right now. Ooh, targeting the vehicle. Good choice here from the Zom, forcing Barros to actually do it the good old-fashioned way. Makna is nearby. Oh, wait, hold on. Did they know where he is? Oh, Virus now shows himself, ends up losing his head, and BRU takes him out. Where was BRU in all of this?
Yeah, but I'm finally looking for some points out there. The usual monsters allowing everybody else a 5-game head start before they look to catch up on the points. I really wonder how far they can go with this.
Yeah, they already have 9 points in the bag. They've got their full squad crawling up on the high ground as well towards the northwestern side. And we'll see, because we still have 12 squads despite it being 7 minutes and 30 seconds into the game, moving into the second ring. But would have imagined that there would have been a lot more eliminations at this stage of the game. Wow, they're still hovering around the same spots.
Like I said, I just don't want to watch this fight anymore, man. They have taken so long to annihilate each other, and clearly doing a very bad job at this. But it seems to be working in terms of farming points for WAG.
It's a slow and grueling process here. So now we see Aurora. It looks like they were able to get back on their feet, but they're caught out in a pretty awkward crossfire between Flash and AG. AG about to double up on a certain position here. Barros now going to be the focus and the attention of Aurora as they get right up into the house. Now they just need to win this fight against Barros. It's a dangerous fight though. He jumps down to the lower ground, and that could expose the rest of the Aurora members as AG now take the high ground up on the hill.
AG up against the Blaze on the side of Aurora. Oh, Cypher's arrived already. Here comes the electrotherapy on the combination as well. Axel with a VSJ. Can't jump up just yet. Nameless just flies on in, getting those knobs. Barros with a Mag 10. And Jun, the final survivor, can't do much in this situation. Focuses on the pickup instead. Okay, alright. And he won't be able to pull this off. Aurora might still stand a chance.
Okay. Nearest POI is in that center island. I'm pretty sure his squad's already there. Oh, so he's thinking about it. Misses it, but gets the second one. Luckily recovers. Now, bit of wasted resources on the opposite side there, but now PE not happy with the pick at all. Looking right up through the warehouse and forcing Simnek to actually go into Morse.
Goja for Bigatron by Vitality up against AG Global now. PE Sports setting it up right behind them alongside GOW looking for the snipes onto AG. This is a 4-way battle. And Aurora looking to make it into 5.
It's getting very hectic here in the second ring. Marble Works finally getting contested, and BRU more than happy with the points they have, but if Heavy are the only squads that want to fight, I think BRU is more than happy to actually get involved. 1-2. Oh, Wasana with the entry. The A1 hits on all 3 members, and it's good. Wasana, LBT finds one individual. Well, all of a sudden, but even better, we see that at least throughout the glue walls being thrown, not a single person has gone down. Finally, Allen, the first to fall. Don't Cry trying to get involved. The Riptide Rhythm goes wide as Mufasa finds a trade for the sake of Allen. Unfortunately, nobody can pick up Joel, but that's fine for BRU because nobody is eliminated. The last member of Heavy forced to run, tail between his legs.
Merciless by Buriram this time around. Being personally putting a stop to Heavy's run, who are looking for the #1 spot. And it looks like Heavy, the first squad to get annihilated, and Bigatron by Vitality, thanks to Buriram, will get to hold on to their #1 spot.
Yup, and Buriram very happy to sit by Marbleworks. They can keep on sitting here as the ring has pulled towards their side of the island, which is an amazing position to play from now that they just cleared the last remaining squad controlling it. Now AG, they should be able to clean this up real quick. Nolan's already dead, and some good headshots here from Do to make it even quicker.
Barros with the Trogon just on standby now. They're in a decent compound because the vending machines on them. Circle is in their favor. AG Global doesn't need to do much, but because this is a vending machine, it's just going to be the prime point all the other squads look for once these bodies start hitting the floor.
Sitting by the package north of Marble Works here. BRU showing minimal presence, but just making sure that those shots are targeted towards the people to deter them from walking into their zone, right? They just want to make sure that their backs are clear. Look up towards North Marble Works. They even throw UAVs as well, but now we caught on over to Aurora as wait, BTR get eliminated here. Wasn't expecting that all of a sudden, but GOW, they're not done just yet. AG looking to control their compound here, and Aurora gets the revive somehow.
Look at Vietnam go, man. Heavy, GOW, WAG in the top 5. In fact, 2 squads still vying for the number 1 spot. This could just be a possibility here if Gao holds on.
Oh, this has been a very slow lobby here. A lot of recovery, and they find one more. Moshi takes out Jun. Tikwe at least finds the last one of the few remaining members of Magna. They haven't found a spot in the ring just yet, but they're more than happy to take their time, right? Eventually they should, once they start making their way into town, they can hear the shots, and RRQ taking plenty of damage here as you see Captain Jonah himself launching from afar, making sure that the tax is a little too high for RRQ. Magna bow out in 10th.
Magna out in 10th, RRQ about to bow out in 9th as well. A sliver of health left on the player, but it's PE Sports that bows out first. Before them, RRQ gets the pickup. And the boys are hanging on. Aurora out in 8th. Bodies hitting the floor one after the other. This is that point. AG Global is going to be under a lot of pressure as players start looking for that vending machine.
Yep, all the teams who had stagnant members or at least not a full squad have been eliminated, with the only exception being RRQ. Everybody else still at full fighting capabilities. The next ring has pushed it deeper into the open area of Marble Works, with only the northwestern side having compounds to play with. I'm pretty sure that the southwestern side also has a couple of compounds, but it looks like the Thunder Call has been called down on the southern side.
VDX KDC looking to end the day just like how they started with a booyah. God Nate there. Buriram still looking for RRQ by the looks of it. Team Flash in a messy little fight up against VDX KDC. One player down on the ground. Flash on the other hand, ABCD, great move. Oh! ABCD, what a daring move! But it doesn't pay off, it just slows down Avida.
Okay, they can still get ABCD back up. They're controlling the tight angles here, but they need to start healing now before the blue starts taxing them even further. Ah, no, Mink! He didn't realize it soon enough, and now the Riptide Rhythm opens up that close angle, allowing ABD to start spilling in. ABCD takes the punishment, and the rest of them will just have to eat it. Pablo finds 4 kills, team wiping out Flash.
Wow, Avida XKDC still alive and kicking, although pressured deeply by that circle. In that engagement, they played that stressful situation so well, and now hanging on for their dear life. And Hussein down on the ground, but closing up to his buddy. That pickup is not going to be impossible. AG Global trying to put an end to it though. 16 eliminations in the hands of Buriram, looking for a spot in the next circle, but under a ton of pressure from both RRQ and WAG.
Oh, the A1 hits on all 4, and BRU have an opportunity, but Get High gets taxed a little too much. Wasana slowly working the angles here, going wider and wider as the Thunder is being called on the entire ring. Everybody on the outside is going to get taxed for a bit of their HP, and WAG understand if they hold their angles, 4 of them together, it should be strong enough. But BRU, they finally find the opening, break it open. They don't see it. The glue wall still holds strong. Too many resources as Captain Jonah calls for the retreat. WAG hold their angles still as they creep up to the edge. No space to play.
Yeah, brilliantly played here by Buriram, not overcommitting in that battle, just kind of teasing the players on the side of WAG. Wasana unable to find one with that valiant dash, but now, as they circle around back, they annihilate RRQ instead in 6th.
Look at the suppressing fire. Look at the amount of lead being traded by all teams from every corner of this 5th zone. BRU taking the ordnance damage here. Wasana, don't go down. No, doesn't matter. They still have electric therapy. Demon, what? Doesn't get as much distance as he wants to. Goes for the flank on BRU's member at 1 HP, finally getting punished. Hans looking for the rescue here to get his boy back up. Use the time turner for it to guarantee it. And Demon back up to his feet.
WAG forcing Buriram to use every single glue wall they have in their pockets. And
oh!
Valiant dash by Wasana, breaking down all of the defenses, and now GOW in a little bit of trouble. WAG understands that the team that they were trying to pressure might just be open for the picking as they rush in towards GOW. WAG trying to stab them from the back, but Buriram not letting go that easy. They pressure GOW away, and they keep WAG thinking twice as well if or not they should run.
Oh no, the ring around Rosies were looking so good, but as soon as all hell started to break loose, AG turned their sights onto LVD. Now that they're out, GOW is taking a significant amount of damage, and BRU is one of the only squads with all four of their members still alive. WAG
Smart.
still creeping up behind them. They're still following them. Ah! GOW.
Buriram reading the circle well, and now they've got the advantage up against GOW. The circle leading Buriram right towards GOW. And they played their glue walls so well. How many glue walls did Buriram have to make sure WAG does not reach them and to put GOW in a little bit of a pickle now? The vending machine outside the circle, nobody can get to it, and Buriram looking for a massive booyah on this final game where they wake up.
Oh, they need to control that side of the map as BRU has already made that first move behind the fence, which is great. WAG need to start mirroring. Make a choice. Either GOW, which would be a pretty good decision, or BRU on the opposite side, and it looks like they make the call to take on BRU, but AG have different plans. They didn't realize it. Demon healing out in the blue, breaks out, tries to go for a trade, ends up getting Nameless and ruining the odds of AG. Does he find the finish? He does find the finish. What? AG now at one remaining member.
A demonic play by Demon off of GOW. Now two Vietnamese squads looking for the fight up against Buriram. Buriram 20 elimination strong. Looking for the booyah on this first game where they want to set themselves up. Moshi in a deadly angle. Using the jump pad to get on top of the warehouse. And now he could just be the difference maker in this battle between Buriram and WAG.
Look at that. The high and low. Moshi and Jonah on that top side to punish WAG if they try to push out. And Wasana and Get High to be the sticky mud so that WAG can't forcefully push their way through. No matter how you look at it, a single pick turns the tides unless Demon somehow ruins one of these teams' chances.
WAG now slowly squeezing themselves into a decent position. Jonah getting tagged up by the Cryo Mine, takes it out and therefore gets marked up by that little narrow. Quickly backing away, leaving Moshi in front. Moshi's angles just can't find WAG just yet. This is gonna be a slugfest down the middle of the circle in a little bit. Demon could just be the difference maker as he cuts down the distance between himself and the WAG players.
Oh, he's in the labyrinth of glue walls right now, and BRU now recognize, hey, we just have to start making our way, start cutting down these glue walls bit by bit. Well, we've got all this ammunition, why not use it?
WAG spotted out by Get High. SBDY in hand. Get High. Big advantage. Tosses in the name. WAG eats up the full one. Wasana Valiant dashes through all of those players. Dig way down on the ground. And Buriram coming in here to finish them off one after the other. Demon can't do much. It's a 4v1. Demon rushes on in with his Valiant dash. Gets Get High XL. Demon still standing. And Moshi finally puts an end to that. And Buriram, after giving every other team a 5-game head start, finally starts to play, but we're at the end of the day.
Yeah, they got their booyah. That's what they're looking for. Feeling good at the end of the workday to keep them motivated to play hard later. Oh, what a great fight here. How in the world did Demon sneak away with second place for GOW? That's gotta be so upsetting for WAG.
Dude, Demon was a beast. Pun intended. The guy was on a great run, just like Buriram. But I'd say props to Demon and GOW overall for the consistent day that they brought out today. Because I think GOW might have been able to do it. GOW might have been able to get just enough points because we saw how close they were to the top of the leaderboard. We thought it was just going to be between the boys of Bigatron by Vitality up against Heavy. Nobody counted in GOW, nobody counted in WAG, but Vietnam just stood up and said, guys, this is our day. What an impressive play from the region of Vietnam.
Yep, I'm loving the excitement that's coming out of them. I love the fact that they clearly can tell how to influence the momentum of the game rather than just focused on playing a standard textbook battle royale simulator. It's way more interesting once they start sticking their hands and get really dirty in these fights.
Yeah, and it's just an unbelievable play for Buriram, right? And I had the assumption that they were just choosing to not shoot. They were just running around the battlefield, very low numbers. And in some of those sequence of battles where they could have responded, they still chose to not do anything until this final game where they were finally moving into motion. And my goodness me, when they were looking for those numbers, I think they found more than what they were looking for because they also got a booyah on top of that.
Yeah, I think that, I don't know, it's definitely a switch for BRU for sure because, again, the coordination was ridiculous. Like, the fact that Wasana and Get High were timing the nade on top of the Valiant dash to make sure that when the nade's about to connect with the wall, he breaks it and it takes out PLS1. That's just, that shouldn't be the case 90% of the times. Nobody can be that coordinated, right?
Nobody. No, I mean, nobody could be that good, and to pull that off swiftly in such a impressive manner. I mean, Buriram, from not waking up the whole day, check this out, have set the record of the day because they ended up that game with a massive number of booyahs for them. Massive number of eliminations as they picked up the booyah. 25 eliminations. That is the most that we have witnessed a squad pick up in this massive SEA lobby. And it's crazy how they got that sorted out when they wanted to.
It is a choice. Not a matter of questioning whether they can or cannot. It is a choice that they made. And even with BTR, when things were lining up perfectly for them to come up with a pretty big game of their own, and even before that, right? Heavy with 19 as well. It's just, AG with 19 out of nowhere in the early stages of the game. It's just, every single time we think that the bar has been set to kind of mediate everybody else, it's just, no. It's actually higher.
So I'm a little curious. Do we have Vietnam allowing us to see Yunsul for the first time today here on the Southeast Asian desk? Or do we get dragged back to Conchita, Caroline, because Bigatron by Vitality did just enough? Now let's take a look at the game highlights just for a little recap before we get to that part of the conversation, because Wasana was just blasting through everyone out there with the elimination.
He was playing hot. He was playing a lot tighter with Get High compared to the previous ones because there were a lot of somewhat like, oh no, I was half a second late on the engagement. That's my bad. You know, very small mistakes which ended up being costly mistakes. But now that they've cleaned it all up and maintained the communication well, just look at the fact that the whole team is working as a unit. All 4 of them in the top 5 elims for this game as well.
Damn, man. Jonah, Moshi, Wasana making it up there. Unbelievable stuff out of Buriram. Pablo from Avida XKDC sneaking on in there as well for some of the points. Actually, I totally forgot exactly how much Avida XKDC got off of this match, but it was definitely their recovery game after not pulling away too many points in the past 3 matches. Oscar Nero, Cassie A124, and I have to say, the main reason why Wasana got so many of those eliminations was because of Get High XL. The kind of backup out of Get High is just ridiculous. He had the electrotherapy enabling Wasana, and Wasana with the Valiant dashes, which I have to say was very weak. Wasana just did not have the right angles off of those Valiant dashes. Wasn't really making a lot of impact with the active skill. The mechanic, the passive skills that he has, he's with the Nikita making sure those players don't recover as quickly, just getting knock after knock, 10 knocks in total, 9 eliminations. Man definitely has woken up in the competition.
I mean, they know exactly what Wasana is. He is a sharp knife, and they're going to make sure that that first strike is going to hurt. The biggest thing is that not only is Wasana ridiculous, they've got Get High to back him up to keep him alive for that extra damage, and they've got Moshi, and I love the fact that they brought the A124. So many A124s we saw in the past 2 maps, finding 3, even 4 members getting hit by the A1.
37 points officially the record here at the FFWSC 2026 spring, set by Buriram, who was sleeping the whole day. But of course, there is a price to play when you sleep the whole day. Buriram will not be able to dominate the leaderboard just yet. It is a fight between Bigatron by Vitality that got taken out super early, and Heavy, obviously they stand no chance because that was too early of an elimination for them. But GOW and WAG, they needed massive points, and massive points is what they got off of this final lobby.
From 6th place onwards is where we start seeing the double digits, where people were actively farming these elimination points as soon as they saw somebody up on that map, and you can tell that some teams really could not recover once some of the bigger shooters are out. And look at that, you were right, GOW now overtakes BTR by 5 points. Now in first place.
Ah man, I knew it was close, but I didn't know it was this close. And if it wasn't for that survival play, maybe this wouldn't have been possible. But GOW, because Demon, not only did he survive and get placement points, but he survived and he actually got elimination points off of AG Global. He was taking those shots in that final bout as well between the squads. I mean, a demonic play out of the GOW player, Demon himself, making sure that #1 spot is secured by the team, and he gives us Yunsul for the interview later on.
Yep, I mean, Vietnam, they've been rising up this time, and based on the current standings of things, VRU is still a force to be reckoned with, but the rest of Vietnam is elevating the floor of the lobby. You can't be making silly mistakes anymore around them.
Nah, man. And this was the kind of heated lobby you are proud to dominate. GOW, the team of the day, earning the extra 250 USD, 53 eliminations, 97 total points picked up, just 3 shy from a century, 35k on the damage, and a single booyah to their name, but it was more than enough. In the very final game, they overtook Bigatron by Vitality on that #1 spot.
Really excited for GOW for the rest of this year, but we're going to be throwing it over to Yunsul, of course, to have a chit chat with our team of the day, GOW. So please, Yunsul, take it away.
Hello everyone, it's Yunsul and welcome to our interview after the match. And I'm so proudly to say that we are the team of the day today, especially for the Vietnamese team. So right next to me is Cao Demon and Cao Dayan. Xin chào tất cả các bạn khán giả, mình là MC Yunsul và ngay bên cạnh mình đây chính là tuyển thủ Cao Demon và Cao Dayan. Và đặc biệt hơn là chúng ta đã giành được chức Team of the Day thuộc về khu vực Việt Nam. Vậy thì đến với câu hỏi đầu tiên. So into our first questions. First of all, congratulations Cao Esports for becoming the team of the day with 2 booyahs in a streak. Just a simple question still open for everything. How do you feel right now? Lời đầu tiên sẽ được chúc mừng đội tuyển Cao Esports, các bạn đã rất xuất sắc trong việc giành được 2 booyah liên tiếp ở game 5 và game 6 và cuối cùng là chốt hạ với chức danh Team of the Day. Thì không biết là mọi người đang cảm thấy như thế nào vậy ạ?
Dạ, được team of the Day thì bọn em cảm thấy vui thôi, vì đây là lần đầu bọn em đạt được cái team of the Day.
So basically we feel happy because this is also our first time having the team of the day as well. So as I know that from the beginning of the tournaments, I've heard already that Cao is a team that is not very popular but also underrated as an underdog as well. So do you think that because of that name underdog, so that's why it pushed you guys further to this team of the day thing? Bởi vì ở đầu giải đấu là Yusun có được biết rằng các bạn đang thuộc đội tuyển là underdog, tức là một đội tuyển không được đánh giá quá cao. Nhưng mà với chiến thắng ngày hôm nay là Team of the Day thì không biết là các bạn có nghĩ rằng là đó nó là động lực để các bạn thi đấu bùng nổ hơn trong hôm nay không ạ?
Dạ, thường thì mùa nào cũng vậy, bọn em luôn bị đánh giá thấp cho nên là bọn em chỉ biết cố gắng hết sức thôi. cho nên là ai mà ủng hộ bọn em thì bọn em sẽ cố gắng hết sức để đền đáp lại.
So in every season, we always being underrated as an underdog. So we just know that we should try our best. And for those who always support for us, we will continue to play our best and not disappoint you guys at all. Okay, so third questions for Demon. We can all see that at the end of the game 6, you have such a great performance, and we all love that playstyle. So I would like to ask, like, what did you prepare for yourself today so you have such a high performance like that? Đến với Demon thì với câu hỏi thứ ba này là Yosun và tất cả các bạn khán giả đều thấy được rằng là ở game cuối cùng bạn đã có một pha thi đấu rất là siêu trí tuệ. Thì không biết là hôm nay Demon đã chuẩn bị cho mình những gì, ăn uống ra sao, sinh hoạt như thế nào để có một cái phong độ quá là thần thái đến như vậy ạ?
Dạ thì hôm nay để mà em bắn được như vậy thì cũng cảm ơn thằng em trai của em, đó chính là Goku, nó bao em ăn cơm nên hôm nay em bắn khá là hay.
Bao ăn cơm xong rồi đi bắn giải luôn.
Dạ đúng rồi.
Có chuẩn bị gì khác không?
Dạ không ạ.
Không. So I would like to say thank you to my little brother, which is Goku, because he treat me a meal. That's why I feel very happy, and that's why he pushed me a lot so I can play happily and perfect like this. So overall, thank you to my little brother a lot. All right, last questions. So I think that after this performance, definitely others team will not underrated Gao anymore. So do you think that the road in front of you guys will become harder or not? Thì sau màn trình diễn này chắc chắn là các đội khác sẽ không còn là xem Gao là một cái ẩn số hay là một đội tuyển đang bị đánh giá thấp nữa. Thì liệu rằng là mình có nghĩ rằng là hành trình phía trước nó sẽ khó khăn hay là dễ dàng hơn cho mình không?
Em nghĩ là hành trình phía trước của em thì chắc vẫn còn một chút khó khăn, nhưng mà em nghĩ nó cũng không là vấn đề, tại vì cái team up đây hôm nay là để bọn em thị uy sức mạnh của Gao.
I think overall our road in the future might have a little bit of difficult, but definitely it will be more easier for us since we have this team of the day to prove our power. So that is the end of our interview. Thank you so much for watching, and now let's head back to a caster and see the stats. Cảm ơn các bạn khán giả rất là nhiều vì đã theo dõi phần phỏng vấn của Yosun cùng với Gao Esports. Và bây giờ thì chúng ta hãy cùng quay trở lại với bàn caster và xem những chỉ số thôi nhé.
Well, they are proud of themselves for a very good reason. And yes, they are correct. Many players, many teams, many fans have thought that Gao was the underdog squad, and they are. But they have proven that even underdogs can dominate the day. Buriram just proving that they can dominate if they want to play.
It's their choice, right? Like how Day1 just doesn't talk and has been practicing purely his wave. That's all he did. Demon, real good PR press. Great job there. Had everything he wanted to say. And you would imagine that the IGL would be a little bit more talkative, but we got nothing out of it. We got nothing. That's sad. And the second thing that I thought was pretty interesting. Yeah. Imagine having the polar opposites of like your younger brother being called Goku, who probably is way more jacked and eats beans on a daily basis, while you're named Demon. Such polar opposite names.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Of course, it is a absolute brilliant day that we've had here. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is the end of the day. We'll catch you guys right here, same time, same place tomorrow. Take care, good night, and goodbye.
running down those blue walls, and that removes RRQ from the equation. What a decision made here by the Vietnamese squad. BE secure. Still up on his feet. On fire drops him. One final player from the side of Twisted Minds. 3v1. Make that 3 we none. Falcons, your back-to-back Clash Squad and Battle Royale champions, the dominators of Thailand.